why don't you go up there, and I will announce that you're looking for him. Is there a gentleman named Marek here? Sir, the clerk needs to speak with you for a sec. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm calling to order this meeting of the Planning and Development Council of the Town of Oakville. Madam Clerk, we have regrets from Councillor Duddick, and I see all the rest of us are in our places. Council, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Madam Clerk, I see none. I wonder if two members of council would give us a motion to resolve into Committee of the Whole. Councillor O'Meara and Councillor Robinson, all in favor? That's carried, and we're now in Committee of the Whole, which is a style of meeting that relaxes the rules somewhat. And the first items before us are the 4 consent items. When we create the agenda, it's the expectation of the Clerk's Department that items put on the consent agenda will not have anyone wanting to speak to them and that they're non-controversial. And I'll just check, is there anyone here with information for council on the first 4 items of this agenda, the consent items? I see none. I need a mover for the consent items. Councillor Lischina, thank you. All those in favor? And the consent items are adopted. Now, I want it understood that on item 4, what we just did was the motion was, which you will have from your blue paper, that the Director of Planning Services be authorized to grant a 6-month extension to the draft plan of subdivision submitted by Silwell, and that the recommendations contained in the confidential memo dated July 10th from the Legal Department distributed at the meeting this evening be approved. So there we've covered we've crossed all the T's, dotted all the I's. Now that brings us to our public hearing items, and the first public hearing item is the public hearing report on the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for the Cortel Group, Trafalgar Heights. We have a presentation. And if you give your attention to Tricia Collingwood, she will summarize for the public at home what the rest of us on council have studied already. And Trish, we're all ears. And after the presentation and any questions by council, we will poll we have a number of people who've expressed interest in delegating on this. We will call them and hear from them, and we will poll the audience to see if there are any others. Trish.
Thank you, Mayor Burton. The report can be found on page 99 of tonight's agenda. The purpose of this report is to introduce the planning applications for the Cortel Group Trafalgar Heights Inc. development in conjunction with the required statutory public meeting. As noted by my report, there are no decisions to be made tonight, and the report is to be received by council. The property is located at 278 Dundas Street East. The subject site comprises an area of approximately 2.47 hectares and is located at the southwest corner of Dundas Street and Trafalgar Road. The site is bounded by Dundas Street East, Trafalgar Road, and the future extensions of Oak Walk Drive and Taunton Road. The property is ideally situated adjacent to Dundas Street and Trafalgar Road, both of which are planned as multimodal transportation corridors, and it also abuts the Uptown Core Transit Terminal. A temporary sales center for the project is located on the property that fronts onto Dundas Street. A portion of the site includes the valley lands associated with the East Morrison Creek. Going the wrong way. In 2011, the town and the previous landowner reached a settlement before the Ontario Municipal Board, and the approval was for a mixed-use development with residential, commercial, and office permissions. The site-specific policies and permissions were subsequently implemented through the Livable Oakville Plan and are reflected in Zoning Bylaw 2014-14. A site plan application has been submitted to the town and is currently on hold pending the outcome of the subject applications. The intent of the application is to amend the existing official plan and zoning permissions to permit one 25-story building, whereas the maximum height is currently set at 20 stories for one building on the site. The applicant is requesting an additional height increase from 16 to 17 stories for the other three buildings. In addition, the applicant is requesting minor changes to some of the zoning provisions with regard to setbacks and the height for a podium connecting the towers. The previous approval permitted one of the four proposed towers to be a maximum of height of 20 stories and all the other buildings to be a maximum of 16. And the revision to the original proposal is directly related to the applicant responding to planning staff's comments that a redesign of the tower height be considered to be more dynamic and to add to the visual appeal of the proposed development. Livable Oakville includes policies that promote a diverse and innovative urban form and discourage repetitive design. The applicant responded and adjusted the site design to improve the overall design of the site and included more height in the first phase to avoid large, chunky slab buildings that would not have complied to several other standards and policies within the Livable Oakville Plan and design guidelines. The chart in front of you shows the original application in stories and the proposed application in stories. So you'll see the difference. Tower 1 goes from 20 stories to 25. Tower 2, instead of 16, would be 17. Tower 3 would be 12 instead of 16. And Tower 4 would be 14 stories. The total number of stories permitted is 68 and will stay at 68. The total bonus stories that is being proposed are 20 stories, and that will stay at 20 stories, and that is within the 68 stories. What is not changing is the number of residential units, as it will remain capped at 750 units for the overall development. The applicant is not proposing to change the use permissions, nor the floor area and permitted locations of specific uses such as retail and service commercial uses, and is not proposing to change the parking ratios. Impacts of the greater height are negligible other than the skyline, and there are no additional vehicle trips generated, no functional or environmental impacts resulting from the revised proposal. The property is located within the Uptown Core and is identified as a primary growth area which is intended to accommodate higher density transit supportive development, focused around the major transit station area and along the Dundas Street and Trafalgar Road corridors. There are several single-story buildings containing retail and/or service commercial uses, but the area is anticipated to develop and redevelop into a pedestrian-oriented, transit-supportive community comprised of a mix of office, retail, service commercial, and residential uses. The tableland portion of the property is designated urban core and natural area, and then there's the woodland area, the ravine, as natural areas identified within the Livable Oakville Plan. There are bonusing policies which are applicable that would permit additional height, as I went over with the bonus stories, and I'll speak to that more in just a minute. For the zoning, the tableland portion of the property is zoned MU4, urban core, and the watercourse portion of the property is zoned N for natural area. There is a holding provision on the zoning that can be lifted once the conditions of the provisions are satisfied. A complete analysis of the applications has been underway and includes a review of the following matters which have been identified to date. Conformity with the urban design objectives and policies of Livable Oakville, and the general intent of the original minutes of settlement. Increased height, sun shadowing and design impacts, integration of development with the transit facility, traffic impact study that is being updated to assess the existing conditions with the current traffic counts, technical issues with regards to the natural areas, floodplain, and woodlands, and bonusing provisions under the previous minutes of settlement. The applicant is in agreement that Section 37 will be used as part of the overall development of the lands to achieve public benefits in exchange for increased height on the site. The total height across all 4 towers, as I explained, is 68 stories, of which 20 stories are bonused and will be subject to a Section 37 agreement. The minutes of settlement would have permitted some combination of the following in exchange for increased height. Cash to be applied to community benefits in the Uptown Core, discounted units for affordable housing, discounted space for community uses, and discounted space for daycare. In addition to the original terms of the bonusing opportunities through a Section 37 agreement, the Livable Oakville Plan includes the following bonusing provisions to consider for the Uptown Core. A pedestrian boardwalk along the west edge of the pond in Memorial Park. A trail system around the ponds in Memorial Park, including a ped bridge crossing. Completion of the Trafalgar Memorial Space. Underground public parking. Grade-separated pedestrian cycling facilities over Dundas and/or Trafalgar Road. And transit provisions. The above policies, the current needs of the community, and any comments from council will be considered when entering into the discussions with the applicant prior to bringing forward the application for future council consideration. Planning staff will continue to review and analyze the proposed application and address all technical matters, along with submitted public comments, and report to council at a future meeting. In conclusion, staff put forward the following recommendation as shown for council's consideration, that comments from the public with respect to the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application by the Cortel Group, Trafalgar Heights, Inc. be received. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Collingwood. Councillor Knoll?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for the report. I have a couple questions. The first one is, it's a question of clarification. For the sake of the members of the audience who are here for this application, as well as those maybe watching on Town TV, can you clarify what exactly it is that the only things that are subject to consideration with this application right now? Because if I'm correct, the 750 units with the original heights are as of right at this point, correct?
Yes.
So the only things under adjudication right now are what?
If you look at the tallest here, the tallest building is 25 stories. It has permissions to be 20. Right. So we're going up 5 stories. The second tallest there has permissions to be 16. They're asking for 17 in order to vary the height across the site. Okay. That is the majority of the concerns. There's a couple setbacks, as well as the height of the podium that connects the towers.
Okay. So for those that are interested, because I didn't have a lot of chance to read over the comments because they were just on our table tonight, but from some of the comments, folks don't want anything there at all, but I want to be clear that that's not really subject to our discretion at this point. We've gone, that ship has sailed.
That ship has sailed. The site plan application came in 2014.
Right.
And at that time, the applicant received comments from staff looking for a variation in height. It has taken to this time for them to sort out how they want to handle it, and this is the concept that's before us, and it does not change the number of units.
Okay, can you go to the slide where you listed considerations? You had things like traffic study and such. So, okay, these are matters to be considered, and there are issues here such as traffic impact study. Are we, how does a traffic impact study directly relate to this particular change in application, or are we still dealing with that aspect of it, are we still dealing with the traffic and the site plan aspects of it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this is a request from the region.
Okay.
They would like to see the traffic study updated, not because there's a change in units and expected increase in vehicle trips, but instead because the current conditions are different than they were in 2011. So they wanted the counts updated for the regional roads as well as the town roads, and they wanted that taken into consideration to bring it up to speed. The horizon year is almost past for the old study. They wanted it updated to understand it today's standards.
But again, just so that everybody's on the same page here, that application or that impact study isn't necessarily going to change, again, the as-of-right permissions on this property. Is that correct?
No.
So this would simply impact the way the traffic is going to move around the property and or the property where the roads would be, et cetera.
Yes,
Okay.
I mean, through you, Mr. Mayor, several opportunities, or we get several opportunities every once in a while to update studies to current conditions. This is one of them.
Okay. Can we go to section 37 page for a second, please? Okay, so I remember going through this, and it was very exciting because it was one of the first times I think we applied section 37, if I'm not mistaken, and we talked a lot about the concept of daycare, affordable housing, et cetera. None of these conditions have been established at this point yet. These are still options at this point?
These are still options. As we're opening up the application, because we have new development applications in front of us, we can open up the discussions on the provisions that we put forward.
So what we get out of the section 37 bonusing provisions is really a blank page at the moment based on these conditions, I assume, or these potential.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we have minutes of settlement that we want to keep in general, stay in keeping with. So those are the first four listed.
Okay.
So we do want to be in keeping with the general intent of the minutes of settlement. However, under the Livable Oakville Plan, we have always had the second set of provisions that are eligible for the Uptown Core.
And that's what I was going to come to next. So that's the ones underneath?
Yes.
Okay. So the ones at the top are the ones that are essentially agreed to in the minutes of settlement. The ones below are a Christmas wish list of things that we may be able to negotiate in this application.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's the case, and we have the option of looking at the needs of the day, again, same as the traffic study, current conditions, what's needed and what is necessary.
In terms of the environmental impacts on the stream there, has that been, we've gone through the Conservation Halton process and they've dealt with this already, or is that still yet to come?
Conservation Halton has been in incredible amount of discussions with the applicant. So that is underway. We've had the ministry out looking at the creek again. There is a number of studies that have been updated. Concerns with the floodplain, the hazard lands, everything is being updated to look at it again.
Because that's a Red Creek, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, I thought so. I think it's pretty significant.
It is.
Okay. Okay, those are the questions I have for now. I may come back when other members of council are done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Elgar.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I wonder if you could put up the aerial view you have of where the buildings are proposed to be situated and the stories they will have. And like number one, it's the one that would go to 25 stories instead of 20?
Yes.
What's close to it? What type of housing?
Phase 2 is 17.
Sorry?
Phase 2, so the bottom one on Taunton Road is 17.
So which one's going to have the most impact on the residents?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the ones that would have the one that will have the most impact is Phase 1.
Was phase 1?
It would have always had the most impact at 20 stories, and now they're adding 5 additional stories as proposed.
So the phase 4 is dropping in stories.
Yes.
And it is the one, it's going from 16 to 14, and it's the one right at Dundas, correct?
Yes.
So it would have the least impact of helping the residents by dropping it from 16 to 14.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the majority of the residents are south of this site currently, and I see your point along Dundas.
Yeah.
Yes, that is the situation as it's proposed now.
So you would be looking to see whether that 25-story maybe should go right at Dundas where number 4 is instead of number 1? Like that'll be taken into consideration?
We can have discussions with the applicant regarding that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of whether, to minimize the impact. Since it's approved for 750, where can we minimize the impact on the
I
residents?
believe the applicant is here, and maybe they can speak to that better than I can.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councillor Adams.
So we've had a discussion about the total intensity of the site not changing, and really we're talking largely about the height of the 4 buildings. Is this really an aesthetic issue, or is there a particular planning rationale or need for having it be 25 instead of 20?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the staff did not request an increase in height. We request variation. The heights of there was 20 stories, and then I'm just going to go back. There was 20 stories, and then 3 at 16. The 3 at 16 were slightly chunkier, larger slab type apartment buildings, and what staff from the urban design section requested was that there be more variation in height to it allows for some of the towers to be slender, and it allows for some more interest, as this is a gateway site for the town. It allows for some more dynamic expression through the architecture. That is what staff was looking for. This was the response from the applicant.
Could they have met that same criteria by changing it to 2018, 16, 14?
They could have, and I have not looked at that as a concept, and neither has the urban design staff, but I do know there was concerns that if the tower stayed at lower than 20 and 16, that they would result in that chunkier slab type building.
So even the 18, 16, 14 kind of variation would keep you in a larger blockier kind of format.
Through you,
That's
Mr.
the
Mayor,
complaint?
I'm not the right person to answer the urban design guidelines of this. If somebody else wants to try, they can. However, I do know that the 25 allows for that point tower and then comes down 17, 12, 14 to allow sort of like an undulation throughout the site.
So this is all about variation in heights.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you. Just quickly, the phrase gateway site gets thrown out a lot. And for most people, when you think gateway, you think entry to the town. Could you explain what we mean when we say gateway site in this case?
We have policies in Livable Oakville that speak to certain areas throughout town that are a gateway to a community or to a growth area or into the town itself. The corner of Dundas and Trafalgar is fairly significant to the town of Oakville, and as this site is right directly adjacent to it, it represents a gateway into the uptown core site, especially as you come down Trafalgar into towards the Midtown area.
Thank you. And as nothing happens in a vacuum, are we able to take a look and see what would be happening in the property north of this or to the east and west? I mean, to the east across Trafalgar?
Yes. Sorry, can you clarify exactly?
Yeah, I was just thinking outside my head too. Basically, what's happening north on Dundas and what would be happening kitty corner to this property?
Okay. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have the applications for the Minto subdivision that is kitty corner across Dundas and Trafalgar. We are looking at what is proposed or what has come in through pre-consultation applications for consideration. We are working with the applicants to compare to one another what they can do and how it will look. The other side of Trafalgar, as well as Dundas Trafalgar, is part of the Trafalgar Road Corridor Study. We have looked at the redevelopment options of those sites, but that's in the long-term future.
We are looking at this not being just a sore thumb sticking out in the middle of nowhere. There will be developments similar to it around it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the vision of Uptown and those single-story buildings that surround this site to the south of it. The vision is for complete redevelopment of that area.
Thank you, councillors. If there are no others, Madam Clerk, would you call the listed delegation?
We have one listed delegation for this item, Malcolm Fernandez.
Mr. Fernandez, welcome. Please come to the podium and share your information with council. And the more you address the mic from about 8 or 9 inches distance, the better everyone will be able to hear you.
Thank you, Your Honor, or Mayor. I live in Oak Park. I live in one of the condos where the height is 12 stories. Been there since 2013. Prior to that, I lived near Dundas and 8th Line, near Post Ridge, so I would border that creek that has been discussed. And before I sold my house, I really wanted to stay in Oakville, but because when the city said, you know, we're the town of Oakville, we're not a city, so I said we're going to keep that town feel. But during my change in moving, I decided to go to Mississauga, Square One, and I saw, growing up in Mississauga, I saw what happened when one tower went, then 2 towers went. Now they've got towers that are approximately going to be 80 stories. So it's a trickle-down effect that it's overwhelming the city core. So the original concept of growth does not make any sense to me. The last 3 years, we've seen tremendous amount of change in the landscape. We've seen traffic patterns change. I remember Dundas when it was just 1 lane as a student, and it's gone to 3 lanes. And within the last couple of months, there's already traffic gridlock. So you can imagine 3 stories with 1 story, 25 stories, the amount of traffic that will be created at that corner of Dundas and Trafalgar. Now, I've looked at your proposal, or I don't know if this is a proposal or if this is going to be already decided on, but there's no accounting for environmental impact. In terms of recycling, how is that going to be instituted? There's no policies regarding the safety of having 3 buildings in such proximity to each other. I would really like to hear from maybe the fire marshal in terms of what is the danger of having such high density buildings in an area. Also, the wind patterns will change. There'll be like wind tunnels. If anyone of you gone to downtown Toronto, you know what I'm talking about. But it's just the aesthetics of these buildings. I mean, I would love to see maybe 10 stories or 15 stories. But other than that, 25 stories, I think will overwhelm the services. It will overwhelm the traffic patterns, and it will lead to an explosion of more condo development. So that's my view.
Thank you for your information. You have questions, if you don't mind, starting with Councillor Adams.
Thank you very much for joining us tonight. So we had a discussion earlier about the issue here not being one of how many units are involved. It's rather a question about how high are the units.
Yes.
So if it's 750 units, one way or the other, it's really a question of should they be in a 25-story building with a shorter set of buildings next to it, or should it be a 20-story building with shorter buildings next to it? But either way, there's 750 units. So the number of people involved is going to be about the same. Which would you prefer? Higher with other similarly height buildings, or one tall one and several shorter ones?
I would
Do you have
probably
an
prefer
opinion on that?
Yeah, I would prefer an average height of maybe 12 stories to 15 stories. And if you really want to create this livable city, I would like to see more pedestrian-friendly walkways. If we're really if we're going to implement the carbon footprint of the future, we need to be having people in Oakville, especially in that area, walking more, less reliance on cars. So that would have to change the planning of the pedestrian walkways. We do not want to see roadways everywhere like we see in Mississauga. It's just crazy. It's bedlam with the amount of traffic. It's dangerous. So we want to reduce our carbon footprint. So I say that we should lower the ceiling of these buildings and start thinking about how we increase pedestrian walking areas.
Councillor Knoll.
Councillor Adams actually asked the same question I had, so I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fernandez, for your
Thank you.
information. Council took note of your issues, and they will consider them in the evaluation of the application.
Thank you.
Is that the only delegation? Are there other members of the public here with information for council on this item? All right, I'll confine it to table. Councillor Knoll?
I'll move the staff recommendation and make sure that the members of the audience here understand that we're not actually approving it tonight. We're just moving it on to the next step. So I'm happy to move that, and we will take all the material that we've received into account and make a decision at some point when the staff are prepared to bring it back to us.
Councillor Elger?
Is the applicant not here to speak to the?
There's no other listed delegation. Is there anything in particular you
Well, I was
wanted?
wondering whether the applicant is here, whether they would consider maybe rejigging where the tall building goes. That's what I was just wondering, if their applicant is here to address that issue.
I'm pretty sure that staff and the applicant will discuss that now that the issue's been lodged for staff to chase.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Grant?
I just wanted to toss in, we received most of these letters and notes from people just as we sat down this evening. So thank you to everybody who's written in, who's made comments, and comments can still be made, I believe. I just wanted to make that known to anybody who might be watching us at home or who has an interest in the audience, who hasn't gotten up to speak, that we're still taking comments. So thank you very much, and thank you for the people who took the time to do it so far today.
All right, shall I put the vote on receiving the information received so far? I'll take that for yes. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you, everybody. So our next discussion item is item number 6, the public meeting report. And again, we get Ms. Collingwood, and this is the Dundas Trafalgar zoning bylaw amendment for Minto communities. And this also, I will stress on behalf of the councillors and the staff, who will say it again, this too is a public input meeting rather than a decision meeting for this file. And with that, Trish, we're all ears.
Thank you, Mayor Burton. Excuse me. The report can be found on page 117 of tonight's agenda. The purpose of this report is to revisit the planning application for Dundas Trafalgar Inc. in conjunction with the required statutory public meeting. This presentation deals with the blocks that front directly onto Trafalgar Road only, and as noted by my report, there are no decisions to be made at this time, and the report is to be received by council. The property is located at 3075 Trafalgar Road at the northeast corner of the Dundas Street East and Trafalgar Road intersection. The property has 940 meters of frontage along Trafalgar Road, and the site area for this application is approximately 5 hectares. The east tributary of the East Morrison Creek traverses the property from east to west, at which point it meanders across Trafalgar a number of times and heads south to the East Morrison Creek and Dundas Street. The Region of Halton's Trafalgar Road environmental assessment has been approved with the intent to construct a multimodal transportation corridor along Trafalgar Road. The development of the entire property included medium and high-density residential uses, commercial, mixed-use buildings, a road network that contributes to the North Oakville East Secondary Plan, a park, school, natural heritage system, and a stormwater management pond. The subject blocks for this application include a mixed-use commercial residential building, as well as stacked townhomes and rear lane townhouses. The original application for the entire site was submitted at the end of 2012 and included applications for the draft plan of subdivision and a zoning bylaw amendment. The application left the lands along Trafalgar Road as reserve blocks to be dealt with in a later phase. Planning staff proceeded to circulate and review the original applications and requested that the applicant submit a development application that dealt with the zoning of the Trafalgar Road blocks. This application was submitted in February of 2014. In September of 2014, the town and the applicant attended a settlement hearing for the original subdivision and zoning applications at the Ontario Municipal Board. The application that dealt with the Trafalgar Road blocks was not included in that appeal. As a result of the site not being dealt with comprehensively in the settlement hearing, staff requested that the blocks shown on this slide, adjacent to the Trafalgar Road blocks, be held back from any settlement discussions and/or approvals. From the time of the settlement hearing and approvals by the Ontario Municipal Board to March of 2016, the applicant focused on working with staff and agencies on satisfying draft plan conditions, registering Phase 1 of the subdivision, acquiring permits from Conservation Halton, and processing the Phase 1 site plan lands application and subsequent approvals. Oops, sorry, I think I went too far. In March of 2016, the applicant submitted new concepts for the lands along Trafalgar Road for staff's review, and the town circulated it for comments. In the fall of 2016, discussions between the town and the applicant continued as the concept changed again, this time to include a change of built form, lower heights. Staff began to have concerns with the decreasing heights and densities, and we entered into further discussions and negotiations with the applicant to further the proposals. In the winter and spring of 2017, staff advised the applicant that they will not support the concepts as proposed. We provided suggestions for revisions and what the town will support that included an 8-story minimum along Trafalgar Road, along the Trafalgar Road blocks to ensure that an appropriate urban form and transit supportive densities are achieved along Trafalgar. In the past few months, the applicant has agreed to divide the Trafalgar lands into smaller subphases in order to comply with staff's height and density requirements. A new concept is submitted that is before council tonight. The applicant has also agreed to, for the time being, holding other blocks for later phases for future development. The applicant has adjusted their original concepts to lower the heights, densities, and change the building form proposed. Staff had concerns that developing the entire frontage as proposed by the applicant at this time would not yield the densities and the built form that are necessary to support the transit-first philosophy for North Oakville. The applicant agreed to divide the blocks, as I mentioned, and focus on the intersection of Wheatboom Drive and Trafalgar Road. The purpose of doing so is to continue to work with the applicant to ensure the vision of the Trafalgar Road urban core area in the North Oakville secondary plan is met. Staff have communicated to the applicant that an 8-story building is the minimum height that will be required on the lands fronting directly onto Trafalgar Road for Block 10B, as shown here, in order to achieve the minimum transit supportive densities. The applicant is proposing a 10-story mixed-use building with 160 units at this intersection. The applicant's also proposing multiple blocks of stacked townhouses with 124 units at the rear of the development block. And in addition, the applicant is proposing 32 rear lane townhouse dwellings on the south side of Wheatboom Drive. The anticipated densities of the 3 blocks equals 221.8 units per site hectare, and discussions continue on the balance of the blocks that are not shown here today. Oops, sorry. The Trafalgar urban core area is intended to be the focal point for development in North Oakville and ultimately provides for the creation of a major node, a dense mixed-use development concentration that is pedestrian and transit-oriented. The North Oakville Urban Design Guidelines include several development principles for the urban core areas, including that development buildings should be designed for the long term, located on the site to the urban standards planned for future phases of development that wouldn't constrain greater intensification being introduced in later phases of any development. Trafalgar Road is a gateway entrance and represents a significant opportunity to demonstrate the highest town-wide sustainability and urban design standards by incorporating a diverse mix of land uses essential to promoting pedestrian and transit access, thereby increasing the activity level of these areas throughout the day and evening. The mix of uses permitted ranges from employment, commercial, residential, institutional, and cultural within a medium and high density flexible built form that can transition to other uses as development occurs, and this is encouraged by staff. The North Oakville implementation documents recognize that the development along Trafalgar Road will evolve from an interim stage into the long-term build-out. Staff have encouraged the applicant to carve the Trafalgar Road frontage into smaller development blocks that anticipates infill and intensification opportunities rather than preclude it. The North Oakville East Secondary Plan designates the lands as Trafalgar Urban Core and Natural Heritage System. The proposed plan of subdivision by Dundas Trafalgar Inc. contains the Trafalgar Urban Core Area and Natural Heritage System components identified in the master plan excerpt shown on this slide. The lands are currently zoned ED for existing development. The applicant is proposing to rezone the properties from existing development to Trafalgar Urban Core. And the following matters have been identified for consideration as part of a complete analysis of the application: conformity with the provincial policy statement, the growth plan, the regional official plan, and the North Oakville East Secondary Plan. Urban design standards, proposed built form and densities within the Trafalgar Urban Core designation, and servicing allocation. It is worth noting that the growth plan is newly in effect and will govern the review of this application. The greenfield density targets are going up incrementally up to the horizon year of 2041. The North Oakville review has been initiated as part of that review, and the conformity exercise to meet the new greenfield targets, as well as a greater emphasis on providing stronger links to transit and complete communities, is underway. The intent of the Trafalgar Urban Core designation is to contain a mix of uses, the highest of densities and heights within North Oakville, in order to support transit and complete communities. The development vision is not to have medium and low density uses within the body of the blocks, but on the edges of the Trafalgar Urban Core zones, to allow for the appropriate transition between the higher density land uses and lower density. The next steps include further review and analysis, as well as consultation with reviewing agencies. In conclusion, staff put forth the following recommendations as shown for Council's consideration: that comments from the public with respect to the zoning bylaw amendment application by Dundas Trafalgar Inc. be received. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trish. Any questions, Council? Councillor Adams?
Thank you very much. On page 122 of the report, you've got a table that shows the overall development total and the current proposal numbers. And I wonder if you could help clarify the totals, in as much as I suspect that the number that's being shown under the current proposal doesn't include some of the other blocks which are in the overall development total. Is that correct?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
Could we clarify that in a stronger way in the future so that we don't have confusion around what's being proposed?
Yes.
And is it possible to get a more comprehensive application so that we understand what's happening in the other blocks adjacent to these ones? Because I do fear that we're going to end up with a situation where these ones come forward and then something else will come beside them that in some way won't be compatible, and we're going to end up with a fight on our hands around what goes first.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, are you referring to the blocks within the subdivision as well as on the other side of Trafalgar?
Well, primarily the ones that are within the subdivision, but who knows what's happening on the other side of the road. But certainly the ones that are within the subdivision that'll be immediately abutting these ones, I have concerns that we're going to get piecemeal development and a lack of cohesion.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I will get that together for the next report.
Thank you.
Any others? We have at least one listed delegation. Madam Clerk, would you call the delegation?
The delegation is Donna Paris.
If you're here, you're welcome. If you're not here, we'll move on.
I have a question.
Give me a second to find Donna. You want to call her one more time?
Oh, Donna Paris, speaking to item 6.
All right. Are there other members of the public with information for council? Mr. Fernandez, you indicated that you had information for council?
Well,
There's people watching at home on TV. They won't hear you unless you speak to the microphone.
okay. Regarding the new zoning bylaw amendment that was just discussed, what is I'd like to have maybe some information from all the councilors. What is the future transit upgrades that the council has proposed beyond just bus, like, are we gonna have designated high-speed bus lanes? Is there talk about some future LRT? How are you going to deal with the increased traffic load patterns?
I think perhaps what we should do is agree to meet with you outside this meeting. There's something close to 17 years of planning has gone into what's happening here. And transit, all of those things are provided, including pedestrian, bicycles, everything. Why don't you, my office will reach out to you and we'll schedule something with you and some planners and you can see what there is. I don't want to take an hour tonight to go through all of those things.
No, I appreciate that, Your Honor, and I remember reading that the Oakville magazine regarding the future planning, and it seems like we're doing a lot of high-density planning, but there's nothing there to talk about future corporate business development along the 403, 407 areas. I see a lot of residential planning, but I do not see any corporate business development planning.
I don't think you've looked in the right place, and we'll reach out to you and show you all of that.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? All right, I'll look to perhaps to Ward 6 for a motion to receive the information.
Oops. Yeah, I'll move the recommendation from our staff that the comments from the public with respect to the zoning bylaw amendment application by Dundas Trafalgar Inc. be received.
Thank you. All in favor? And that is carried. Number 7 now is the public meeting report for the town-initiated official plan amendment, the Midtown Oakville and Transportation Network updates. And we have a presentation from Leslie Gill Woods. Council has studied this, but I'm thinking that the members of the audience who may be interested would benefit from this, and the people at home, of course, would like to know what we're talking about. So we'll all give our attention to you, Ms. Woods.
Thank you, Mayor Burton, and good evening, members of council. This is the statutory public meeting for a town-initiated proposed official plan amendment called the Midtown Oakville and Transportation Network Updates, OPA. The subject lands for this application, or this proposal, excuse me, are all of the lands south of Dundas Street. These lands are within the Livable Oakville plan area. Livable Oakville is the official plan for all of the lands south of Dundas Street, as well as all of the lands north of Highway 407. Midtown Oakville is highlighted here because the majority of the changes in the proposed OPA are within Midtown Oakville or relate to the achievement of the planned level of growth in Midtown Oakville. As you know, Midtown Oakville is the town's urban growth center identified in the growth plan, and it has been planned to accommodate approximately 20,000 people and jobs. So in the official plan, we like to reference the most up-to-date source material. This proposed official plan updates policies and mapping related to Midtown Oakville and the transportation network south of Dundas Street, including the active transportation network. It implements work completed through a number of previous Midtown or transportation-related projects, such as the 2014 Midtown Oakville Class Environmental Assessment,
as well as the Regional Transportation Master Plan and the Town's Transportation Master Plan, among others. This is the proposed road network to support the development of Midtown in the long term, and emphasize here the long term. This map indicates the 2014 Midtown EA road network, as well as the local road network that was designed to fit within the broader EA road network. So you may recall at the time of Council's approval of the Midtown EA in 2014, staff had proposed an official plan amendment at the same time. That official plan amendment was put on hold because there were some requests for the minister to review Council's approval of the Midtown EA. Those were subsequently dismissed. But at this point, we're reviving the OPA, but in a slightly different form. So this figure is to illustrate how things have split off. The 2014 OPA was really focused on implementing the Midtown road network, but as well it did some changes to land use designations and other policies. The proposed official plan before you now is really focused on Midtown related transportation network updates, as well as some town-wide transportation and active transportation network updates. We're not looking at land use changes broadly in Midtown Oakville. Those will be reviewed under the umbrella of the official plan review through a Midtown Oakville growth area review, which will be initiated later this year. And that will look at things such as the 2017 growth plan, Halton Region's area servicing plan, and other matters. So, back to the proposed OPA in its current form. I'm not going to detail every little change. I will refer you to Appendix A to the staff report, which is on page 144 of tonight's agenda. The proposed amendment changes policies in Section 8, Transportation, Section 18, Utility, and Section 20, Midtown Oakville of the Livable Oakville Plan. For your convenience, Appendix B to the staff report on page 178 provides a markup of the changes to Section 20 because that is the section of the plan most affected by the proposed OPA. However, what's generated the most interest are the map changes or the schedule changes in the proposed OPA. So this is a listing of all of the schedules that are affected by the proposed official plan amendment. And I'm going to go through them briefly for you tonight. First, we'll see the existing schedule and then the changes proposed through the OPA. This is Schedule C. It's the transportation plan for the for the entire Livable Oakville plan area. So everything south of Dundas Street or north of 407. And this is the existing one. It shows existing and planned roads. And the changes in the draft OPA, which is this is the draft proposed Schedule C, includes the new or a proposed new connection of North Service Road between Burloak and Brawny Road, and that's coming from the approved Regional Transportation Master Plan. It updates the future roads and existing roads in the area of the Burloak Business Park. I'm just going to flash back and forth quickly here. Oh, wrong way. So if you see off of Burloak Drive, south of the railway, there's some roads there. They don't need to be at this level of map, so they're going away. Also, in the changes in the schedule are changes to the transportation network within and around and supporting Midtown Oakville. And then also added is a connection between 9th Line and Bristol Circle over the 403, and that's from the town's Transportation Master Plan. Moving on to Schedule D. Schedule D, this is the existing active transportation master plan schedule in the official plan. This is not to be confused with the active transportation master plan document that you'll be hearing more about later today. This schedule has not changed much since the region's approval and the Ontario Municipal Board's approval of Livable Oakville. So it's due for an update, and the intention here is to update it with the most current information, and that being what's in the draft or proposed active transportation master plan update. Tonight, So any changes to that would be reflected in this schedule going forward. As you know, this isn't before you for decision tonight. This is just a draft amendment, and so this is a draft update to Schedule D. The next schedule affected is Schedule I, the central land use schedule. This is the existing schedule, and it shows just outside of the area, I believe. No, it doesn't. What we're doing here is we're adding, for context, in the proposed schedule now before you is the proposed road network to support growth in Midtown Oakville. So that adds those roads so you can see the impact north of the QEW into this area. The next schedule is Schedule J, East Land Use, and again, if we switch to the proposed new schedule, that also indicates the proposed roads to support growth in Midtown Oakville. Next up, we have the series of Midtown Oakville schedules. Schedule L1 is the land use schedule. And on this schedule, the changes are to add the proposed road network, as well as including, I should say, the local road network. Also here, you'll see a change in designation along the hydro corridor, immediately north of the tracks. And that is just to reflect the development potential, I should say, of this area. Because if I flip back to the previous, you can see it's got employment and mixed use and residential land use designations that really can't be achieved. So it's a bit misleading in terms of representing or potential development. So it's proposed to just give it an employment, or excuse me, a utility designation, and that would allow transit-related uses and transit-compatible uses, such as passenger amenity areas and parking and bus loops, things like that. Next up, we have the Midtown Oakville building height schedule. The change here would be to add the road network to support Midtown Oakville. Also reflected is the utility corridor, and for that, the designation would be to allow heights compatible with the utility corridor. And last up, we have Schedule L3, which is perhaps the one that's generated the most interest, and that shows the conceptual road network that's in the plan now. And although it's impossible to read, the note in the upper left corner says essentially this is a conceptual road network. And there will be an EA study to determine the final road network necessary. And so that work, as you know, was done in 2014, and then subsequently a local road network was designed to fit within the new EA roads. And so that is reflected now on the proposed Schedule L3. So we had 2 public information meetings already on this proposal on June 21st and 22nd. We had about 37 people out between those 2 meetings. We've also received, as you've seen today, a number of letters. The comments to date have primarily focused on property impacts from proposed new roads, comments about the transportation network design within Midtown and then a little bit more broadly beyond Midtown. Traffic impacts and the extent of planned growth in Midtown Oakville. Some people are concerned about the scale of development and how quickly it may or may not happen, and the timing of new roads and development. And other concerns have related to the relationship with the active transportation master plan update, which is before you tonight as item 14. So we're going to take all of those comments into consideration and report back to you later this year. The recommendation before you tonight is to receive the comments related to this proposal.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Ms. Gilwoods? Just a few over here. Councillor Hutchins.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would like to, first of all, say I'd like to propose this after the questions once everybody has had their fill, so to speak, and talk to you. On page 136, my first question is to do with the numbers. That is, you're talking about the Midtown covers an area of approximately 100 acres, and there'll be about 12,000 residents and 8,000 jobs, so you get 200 residents per job per hectare. we don't know when this is going to happen. Could be 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, who knows. But the longer it goes out, do you see the numbers increasing, the number of people living there or the number of jobs? I mean, are we building in sufficient capacity to absorb the increase if that happens?
Through you, Mayor Burton, it's the language in the growth plan and in the Livable Oakville plan are to accommodate a minimum planned density of 200 people and jobs per hectare. So that's what we've done to this point. The plan is reviewed regularly, so I don't think there's a concern about things getting ahead of us. As applications come through, they're evaluated in terms of their impacts to the overall network. And so as things need to be tweaked, they will be.
So you're saying that the density is going to be kept the same despite the years going by and the demand by the province for higher density and Oakville having to accept more people? Because in 2041, we hear that the region of Halton is going to have 1 million people in.
Through you, Mayor Burton, yes, this is the town's urban growth center, and it's at this point planned to accommodate 20,000 people and jobs. It's, I think, the biggest concentration of planned growth in Halton region, and at this point, we're in very early days, shall we say.
On 138, you're talking about the appropriateness of local road intersection spacing on Cross Avenue and the Station Road, etc. You obviously thought long and hard about how you were going to lay out the roads. There's been a number of objections from people with property on that, saying, could you explain perhaps a little more detail why you selected the road pattern that you did?
Through you, Mayor Burton, I did not select a road pattern at all. I'm merely proposing to implement work by qualified traffic engineers. So I would ask for some assistance in that regard, I think, at this point. Let me go back to the big one. Does that help? Yeah, okay.
Through you, Mayor Burton, the Midtown EA, as you're aware, set out what we've referred to as the EA roads, or the major roads that will provide access into the area and the general network for the movement of all modes into, out of, and through Midtown. But we need a local road network to support the connections between those larger roads, collector type roads, etc. So we looked at where those major roads were, what kind of spacing we needed to support access into the different properties that will become part of Midtown. Also looking at the traffic implications and using our guidelines through those to assess an appropriate spacing of the different local road network components.
Ms. Stevens, I wonder, it might be more responsive to the councillor's question if you explain what an EA is. There's the councillor is relatively new to the process, and all of our jargon may not make sense, and as well, the people at home may not understand it. The explanation I think you want to give explains how an EA unfolds and all the different options that are considered, including the no action option. And so if you give it a bit of a disquisition on how you got to these roads.
My apologies, Mr. Mayor, through you. So the EA is short for environmental assessment. The class environmental assessment process is a process that municipalities go through to identify the infrastructure needed in this case, to support growth. So we are required to support growth in the Midtown area. It's our urban growth center. And we knew that we needed infrastructure, including roads and sidewalks and transit and all of those things to get people into and out of Midtown. The class environmental assessment process, or Class EA process, requires us to look at all reasonable and feasible alternatives to do that, and that also includes the do-nothing alternative, or the status quo. So we would examine what the traffic impacts would be if we built no more new roads, or if we left things the way they are. And then we examined a number of different alternatives to add collector or arterial roads. So those are the bigger, wider roads with more capacity that get people into and out of an area. The Class EA process doesn't go to the level of a local road or the neighborhood type roads, the narrower roads that are generally one lane in each direction. For example, the EA is focused more at that higher level. So when we completed the EA, it identified how folks would get into and out of and move through Midtown, east, west, north, south, and the larger roads through here. So the north-south running parallel to Trafalgar Road, for example, that was one of the roads that was identified through the EA. Improvements to Iroquois Shore, improvements to the ramps and the interchange at Royal Windsor Drive, the realignment of Cross Avenue, and new ramps at Trafalgar, and some alterations to roads such as Argus were also identified through the EA. Those are the major components of the transportation network that would serve Midtown. Once that work was done, that really just sets out the spine of the transportation network for Midtown, but then there will be other properties that need to be accessed, and so on top of that, as we would do with, say, a subdivision process, we layer on the local road network. The EA roads are ones that the town or the region or MTO or whichever the transportation authority responsible for those roads would pursue. We would be responsible for the design and the construction and the funding of those, the timing of when they go into the capital forecast, and the coordination of all of those other works. The local roads are ones that would proceed through development, and the timing of those would be based on the timing of development of those properties. The local road network that's here, though, is to indicate the approximate spacing and grid to support the types of land uses and the movement of vehicles and bicycles and pedestrians and transit vehicles through the Midtown area and within the Midtown area as it grows.
And would it be fair to say that the local road, the exact location of the individual local roads would be conceptual at this point, or somewhat approximate, subject to the actual applications that came in?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's a key difference between the EA and the local road network. The EA network, a lot of work went into designing exactly where those roads would go and what the property impacts would be. The local road network is more of a concept at this stage and subject to change as development proceeds.
And would you also indicate how long a process the EA was and how many different models or configurations were scored?
Through you,
at least 2 years.
Yes, through Mr. Mayor, it was at least 2 years. We went through a lot of different options, and then combinations and permutations of those options. So there were quite a few that were examined and weighed against each other to determine the best recommended proposal for Midtown.
And were there a number of public open houses for the public to examine the different options and to examine the scoring that was given to them?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, public consultation and open houses is a key component of the EA process, and yes, there were multiple opportunities for people to come out and look at the plans, and also staff, I know, did a lot of work with property owners who had questions, or anyone who had questions about the Midtown planning.
Did in fact one member of the public actually appeal the EA to the I think to the OMB?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we did have,
Ministry.
we did have 3 appeals or Part 2 order requests or bump-up requests, depending on which terminology you prefer, to the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. It took us approximately 1 year to address all of those concerns, but in 2015, all those appeals were dismissed.
So there, Councillor, I hope that helps with what you were looking for in terms of how these roads came about and how fixed or not yet quite fixed they are.
I did know about General Electric and some of the others' appeals for that. But my point was to get across to people that there'd been a long process to get to this point at this time, and you succeeded very well.
We've worked together fabulously to establish that it took, and we took a long time to show that it took a long time.
Exactly. Okay, I have a couple of other questions. Basically, I have some requests which could be put as a request for report after the thing, but after everyone else had had their questions answered, I'd like to propose the acceptance of the staff thing with some of my questions added to it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Giddings.
Thank you. A number of my questions have been answered as well. However, so the timing and the density is the same as before. That hasn't changed at 200 jobs and people per hectare. It was, I think, 5 or 6 years ago now that we had a rich discussion, and a number of those have not been changed, but they are still there in terms of safe and attractive public realm, encouraging walking, cycling, and transit, improving internal road circulation for transit, pedestrians, cycling, and vehicles, significant active transportation, does not compromise the safe and efficient movement of people. With that, you mentioned that it was not to be confused with the ATMP. And there was a comment in the staff report talking about resulted in some inquiries about process from members of the cycling community. Could you just clear the air on that one? Because the report's clear that the road layout or grid may change, but the commitment to a pedestrian-friendly, walkable retail area still remains. I'm just wondering where the confusion was.
Okay. Through you, Mayor Burton, I will try. As you know, the policies in the plan are based on a number of different master plans and source documents and studies. The Schedule D, Active Transportation Master Plan, is based on the thick Active Transportation Master Plan document, and it boils down the active transportation facilities existing and planned to this one town-wide schedule for the livable Oakville plan area. And it identifies things like trails and bike lanes and grade-separated pedestrian cycling facilities. It's out of date, and so the intent through this amendment, because it was looking at transportation-related matters, was to also update that schedule in line with the 2017 update to the big active transportation master plan document. So whatever is decided by council and approved in that document, meaning the active transportation facilities existing and planned, those will be reflected in an updated Schedule D. And that then Livable Oakville would be amended through an OPA to reflect the most current information in terms of active transportation facilities. The core principles and the Midtown policies, they remain the same. Those aren't changing through this amendment.
It's still going to be a pedestrian-friendly area.
Through you, Mayor Burton, yes, of course.
Thank you.
Councillor Chisholm? No? Let me see. Councillor O'Meara, were you? Anyone else over there? Anyone over here? Any listed delegations? Yes. Well then, let's call the delegations.
Our first listed delegation on this item is Peter Brown on behalf of Rustic Fence Farms Limited.
Welcome, Mr. Brown. Council looks forward to your information.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good evening, council, audience, and any viewers we have gathered online. I'm here on behalf of Rustic Fence Farms Limited, the owner of the property located at 364 Davis Road. We agree in principle with the plan. However, we feel that there may be potential encroachment on our site, and we feel that when there is any potential impact that could directly, negatively impact our land holdings, we would like to work with the town to try and find a solution that works best for everyone. And also, we see that the amendment includes the introduction of community improvement programs through community improvement plans as we have listed here. And we just want to say that we look forward to working with the town of Oakville on your community improvement plans and on the brownfield remediation in the area. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your information. Madam Clerk, are there other delegations? Yes. Please call the next.
Our next delegation is Stephen Wake on behalf of Oak Lane Park Investments, Inc.
Mr. Wake, welcome. Council looks forward to your information.
Thank you, Mayor Burton, members of council. As noted, I'm here today on behalf of Oak Lane Park Investments, Inc., which has a major landowning at Trafalgar on the west side in the urban core area. Our client has significant concerns about whether the proposed land uses and building heights will lead to a vigorous and vibrant urban center. However, we want to work with the town, and we understand that tonight the focus is not on land use or on building height or on the distribution of those, but on the transportation master plan and its implementation. And we support the implementation of the transportation master plan and the bringing forward of a healthy road network to support future development. So we simply didn't want council to take our silence on land use issues to indicate satisfaction with them. Rather, we'll work with the process. You might have noted the slide that staff put up indicating the next step was to proceed with the municipal comprehensive review process and study in more detail land uses and their distribution. And we look forward to participating actively in that process and coming forward, working with the town with revisions to land uses. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Elgar has a question for you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming tonight. I just want, what is the exact address of the property you're talking about?
It's the current location of the Oakland Ford dealership.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wake. The next delegation, please.
Next delegation is Daniel Kautz on behalf of Assured Automotive.
Welcome, sir. Council looks forward to your information.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I wish to read a statement that was also provided to the Clerk's Department. We are counsel for Assured group of companies. Our client owns and operates an automotive repair and collision center and other commercial activity out of the property known municipally as 359 Davis Road, Oakville. The property is owned by 86186 Ontario Inc. The proposed amendment, town's proposed amendment, will have devastating effects on our client's business, likely rendering it incapable of carrying on at that location, costing our client not only large amounts of lost capital dollars, but a revenue source as well. It is for this reason our client will be retaining independent planning professionals to study the official plan amendment, and in its current form is objecting to this proposed amendment. Our client is of the view that the official plan amendment is not in accordance with good planning principles and is not in the best interest of the local business owners. We hope to provide these comments and objections in due course and look forward to working with the town. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the information. Madam Clerk, the next delegation.
The next listed delegation is Robert Miller.
Mr. Miller, welcome. Council looks forward to your information.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I'm with the firm of Scargillo and King, and we are counsel to Algonquin Power and also to the owner of the building at 354 Davis Road, LLP, or LP. Our client participated in the environmental assessment process, and at this time, our client is opposed to the current proposed road network. If you're familiar with where our client's building is, it is a very new office building at the corner of Davis Road and the South Service Road. It's basically, you may know it as the PWC building. PWC is the name tenant. Our client is the major tenant and the owner. The impacts of this proposed road pattern on our client's property and their business, as both the landlord and their own business, are devastating. Our major concerns are twofold. One is that the current proposed road pattern, which staff described as the EA road pattern, seems to preclude, takes away our existing access and precludes any other access, effectively landlocking the property. Now, maybe when they get down to the local road level, that may not be the case, but as we were advised tonight by staff, the provision of the local roads will not be done by the municipalities and will be dependent on the timing of other developments. To expect my client, who's already developed, to build a municipal road to replace Davis Road, which appears to be being closed between the loop in the South Service Road, the realigned South Service Road. It's unclear to us what's going to happen to that stretch of Davis. Now, if it's going to remain open, there may be the possibility for an access from there. We currently take our access, one of them, at the northeast corner of our property, off of Davis, and we have another one on the South Service Road. The reconfiguration of the South Service Road will more than likely preclude that. Other issues with regards to our access are the flyover extension of the off-ramp from Trafalgar may lead to issues of whether MTO corridor control will allow us to have an access within a certain distance of the highway. And so we have those concerns with access and also with the effect on parking. By our estimate, we're going to lose 20% of our parking. If any of you understand the impact on a business of loss of 20% of their parking, that's devastating. Either workers aren't parking there, clients, customers. If there isn't parking, they lose business. The landlord will lose tenants. The damages can be very severe, may lead to loss of tenants. You know, they'll move somewhere else. If this were a very old building at the end of its lifespan, you know, maybe that would be understandable. But this building was approved by this council in 2012, built in 2013. It's basically 5 years old. It's brand new. To render it functionally obsolete with this road pattern is not good planning, and to leave a new building possibly as an urban blight if it can't be used or you know, needing to be knocked down is not good planning. So at this point, my client's opposed to the road pattern, but we are willing to work with staff because if the local road pattern is going to accommodate some of our concerns, it may mitigate these damages. But from the information we have currently, the impacts seem devastating. And so for that reason, my client's opposed to the road pattern.
Well, thank you very much. The purpose of the meeting is to surface for staff's consideration the issues and concerns and fears and doubts of people, and yours have all been noted. I would tell you that this council worked very hard to make that building happen, and I can tell you that there's no wish on council to harm it.
Well, I appreciate that, and so we are very hopeful that we can work with staff to avoid that, but from looking at the road pattern and superimposing it on our property, I mean, the parking loss and the impacts on access will have devastating effects unless the local road pattern can be built quickly, not by my client, and we'll give them access.
The comfort I can give you in the short term is the EA roads, let's call them, have no prospect known to me of being built quickly.
Well, as an interim solution, that's helpful, thank you.
Anyway, we look forward to you working with the staff. I think your concerns can all be met. Thanks for coming. Madam Clerk, the next delegation.
The next delegation is Merrick Wazook.
Good evening. Welcome, sir. Council looks forward to your information.
Yes, Your Worship.
And
My name is Merrick, excuse me?
I just wanted to try to get you to talk toward the microphone for the folks at home. Thanks very much.
My name is Merrick Waschak. I am an owner of property at 1090 South Service Road East in Oakville. I got 3 issues with the project. First of all, I've learned of the project in early spring of 2015 by being contacted by a real estate agent interested in representing me in selling my property. The property is about 5 hectares of land and 3,500 square meters of industrial building. At this moment, this property works somewhere between 50 and 80 people. There's 5 tenants, okay? The proposed road pattern, okay, plows through the center of my building, make it unusable for any future employment. I'm hearing all the perspective of creating so many jobs. How about those 80 people who's going to lose jobs? Because I have 5 hectares of land, okay, and I got no problem of selling, being expropriated for the land. Why do you have to making jobs, demolish jobs? That's my first question. The second issue I have was the being informed about all the developments. When learned in spring of 2015, when I learned regarding this development, I contacted the planning department. I've got to talk to the clerk in charge of the development, and I remember the chief of the department, okay, and asked to be informed of any future meetings, any future developments in this matter, and I have not received a single notification to that. I've asked for at that time, I've asked for a meeting with, I believe was chief of the mayor office, okay? We discussed the issue. That was again my proposal. Please, I got no problem. At least according to me, the road can be rerouted, okay, and save the building and save the jobs, save my work. I bought the building in 2000, and it was derelict building. It was completely uninhabited. There was no activity, no business activity at all. I bought it in December of 2001, and I've turned it into a presentable building. It's industrial building, it's old, but it's presentable, okay? I'm not ashamed of it. So, coming back to the issue of being notified of it, okay? Today, I've been notified by my tenant who received a letter from a legal firm, okay? Being asked to be represented, okay, in the form of representation with the council in the terms of this development. But again, I have not received anything from the planning department or from the council, from anybody, okay? So can I get some notification in case of anything being done in this project? Because this is my livelihood. This affects at least 80 people, 80 employees employed in the city of Oakville. It affects the tax base. I'm paying more than $100,000 in property taxes, okay? Somehow, the tax bill never misses me. The notification for the development every time, okay? Can we have a practice of putting future dates of a council meeting with the tax bill, so I know when the rate is due and when the meeting is being held? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your information. I can tell you that the council meetings are published on the town's website. It sounds to me like what we need to do is ask the tax people to hand out the planning notices.
Your Honor, I'm a farmer. I don't have a computer on my tractor.
Okay, well, still, thank you, and on behalf of staff, I apologize that you didn't get notice, and we will follow up to see that you do from now on.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, the next delegation.
The last listed delegation is Bruce Thome.
Thank you. Can I see that? Welcome, Mr. Tome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I'm here on behalf of MB Argus Limited. MB Argus owns 587 through 595 Argus Road, which is directly across from the Holiday Inn, just on the south side of the 90-degree corner. We attended the last public information meeting, and we've reviewed the staff documentation, and unfortunately we find that the revised pattern, local road pattern, has essentially obliterated our property by, instead of going around following the existing roads, creating a diagonal from essentially our southwest corner through our northeast corner, and basically would render our buildings unusable, undevelopable in the future. And so for that reason, at the moment, MB Argus objects to the official plan amendment as proposed. We hope to be able to continue to work with staff and see whether or not we can resolve this at the local road matter that the mayor referred to earlier, that these are conceptual at the moment, and hopefully there is room to solve this. But for the, as of today's date, we have to object.
Well, the purpose of the meeting is to surface the objections and the concerns, so thanks very much for bringing yours.
May I leave a copy of this with the clerk?
Yes, the clerk would be glad to take that.
Just to make sure you have it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Are there other members of the public with information for council on this matter? Yes, sir. Would you please come down, identify yourself, and share your information with us?
Good evening, members of the council and the mayor. I'm a tenant at 165 Cross Avenue, and according to your diagrams, it appears our building is not going to be obliterated. But I'm just curious as to know, you're widening Cross Avenue to 6 lanes. Is that what that image shows us up there?
Mr. Cozy, Ms. Stevens, who's going to field this one? Mr. Cozy. It's meant to indicate 4 lanes.
4 lanes, okay. So if there's already an existing building that doesn't look like it's going to be torn down for roads, how does the town function? Are they always guaranteeing that there's going to be access for customers and patients to come into these businesses as these roads are ongoing? Like, do you ever foresee actually daytime closures of these roads, or is it always meant to keep businesses moving along as you're redeveloping the area?
I think that's a question for the commissioner.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. There is, after these roads are put in place through the EA, there's a whole detailed design exercise that we go through, and we look at individual properties and how we can maintain access to those properties, and the exact alignment of the roads. So there's a whole other layer of detail which goes to address, I think, a lot of the issues that you're asking about.
But generally speaking, the town of Oakville keeps businesses going, whether they work at nighttime, or how does it actually work?
We attempt, as best we can, to minimize negative impacts from construction. Commissioner, there's another matter that might help this member of the public and the rest of the public, for that matter. In another matter, you indicated that properties have a right to access to a public road. Can you enlarge on that?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. We do need to continue to provide access to all properties of record, which this would be. So that access is always provided in the longer term. And that's the exercise of the detailed design, is to really understand how you can best provide access to each of those properties as they exist now, with certainly the intent to maintain the employment uses that are there.
Thank you. And last question.
Before you ask yours, could I ask one?
Sure.
The clerk is very anxious that you give your name.
Oh, Michael Hepworth.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your turn.
No, I wonder if I'm going to forget what I was going to ask you. It'll come to me as soon as I said, well, that's enough, thank you.
I'll let you come back. Sir, if your question comes to you later, contact me or the clerk, and we'll get you the answer to your additional question. And I'll confine it to table now. We need a motion to receive all the input that we've had. Councillor Hutchins?
Before I have a motion to receive, I have a couple of things I'm hoping that council will look at and allow me to have a request for a report for, in addition to receiving this report. These are designed to keep...
Councillor?
Yes?
If you'll let me assist you.
Okay.
Your shortest route to your desired objective, I think, is to move the recommendation as written and add an item listing the other things that you want.
Perfect. Then, as such, I would suggest exactly that. I will move the report.
You still need to name the things you want, and preferably in writing.
I have them in...
In the form of a resolution so that the clerk can, so that we can all make sense of it. Do you want to take a minute to write it out?
They are in writing, but in form of, they are
All right.
resolution.
Okay. Do you want to, do you need to change it in any way?
No, I don't think so.
Do you want to hand it up to the clerk then?
Surely. Thank you.
So, you know, the darndest thing. So the motion by Councillor Hutchins is as printed, which is to receive the information, and that staff also report back on the feasibility of making all detailed maps of the Midtown area for these purposes, show the Wycroft Road and Kerr Street side of 16 Mile Creek. Let's call that number 2A. B, that that staff report on the feasibility of having all proposed Midtown infrastructure intersections not have the intersections automatically marked with signalized traffic intersections, but have a symbol for either roundabouts or signalized traffic intersections. C, to report on the feasibility of having the Trafalgar-Cornwall intersection be added to the mix of intersections to review as part of the Midtown infrastructure development. And D, to report on the feasibility that a possible connection between Cross and Wycroft Road be added or at least further explored. And I think that captures it. The rest is explicatory, right?
Yes.
All right. Is there discussion on the motion, and is it understood? Is that clear enough?
It's a report coming back.
Yeah. So everyone's good on that? It's moved by Councillor Hutchins. Shall I put the vote? All in favor? Opposed, if any? Councillor Hutchins, your motion carries.
Thank you.
Now, I think that lets us go to item number 8. This is the recommendation report for the draft plan of condominium for Crystal Homes at 2400 to 2408 Barronwood Drive. And there are no pre-registered delegations. Are there members of the public here with information or concerns on this file? Council, if you require a presentation, Rob Thun is available. If you do not, a motion is in order. Councillor Elgar.
Councillor Lapworth and I don't need a presentation unless other members do, and be pleased to move it.
Councillor Elgar has moved the item. Shall I put the vote? All in favor? That's carried. Now, the next thing on our agenda is number 9, the recommendation report. And this is the draft plan of condominium for Bronte Community Developments Corporation at 2280 Barronwood Drive. And we have the same offer from Mr. Thun, if required. Councillor Elgar?
If there's no one in the audience, I'd be pleased to move that also.
Thank you. Are there members of the public here on this item? Shall I put the vote? All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you, Councillor Elgar. Number 10 is the recommendation report for the draft plan of condominium for BEC Trafalgar GP Inc. at 3075 Trafalgar Road. And we have a presentation. We have no registered delegations. Councilor, you've studied the material. Tricia Collingwood is here with a presentation if you want it. Councillor Adams.
If you wouldn't mind polling the audience to make sure there's no one here from the floor, I'd otherwise be happy to move the recommendation of the staff without a presentation.
Are there members of the public with information for council on this matter? Shall I put the vote? All those in favor? Opposed, if any, and that is approved. Now, the next is number 11, and that is the notice of intention to demolish at 3451 Tremaine Road. And we have a presentation from Susan Shepard, and we have a registered delegation. So, Ms. Shepard, we are all ears for your presentation. Council has studied the matter, but the public need to know these things, as well as the folks at home.
Thank you very much, Your Worship and members of council. The application for you today is a notice of intention to demolish that was submitted for the property located at 3451 Tremaine Road. Some of you may find this property familiar, as it was before us actually just about a month or two ago as part of phase 2 of the town's cultural heritage landscape strategy implementation. So the property is listed on the Heritage Register as a non-designated property of potential cultural heritage value. We have received a notice of intention to demolish. I believe the property owner is here to speak to us later, and I'll let him clarify that. But I would note that a notice of intention to demolish is the only process under the Ontario Heritage Act for a property owner to address whether or not the property should be removed from the Heritage Register or proceed to designation. And so that is the name of the process, although demolition may not occur in the end. The property contains a collection of built heritage resources that were identified as having potential cultural heritage value through phase 2 of the CHL study that I just mentioned. Although the outcome of that study was that the property is not a significant cultural heritage landscape. And so just to clarify that, there are built heritage resources on the site, but there isn't enough connectivity between the landscape to make it a significant cultural heritage landscape, but the buildings themselves may have value. And so phase 2, the research assessment report that council saw several months ago, was completed without the benefit of a full site visit. As part of the notice of intention to demolish process, staff were given access to the site so that we could fully document and investigate the structures that are on the site. The principal building is this 2.5-story residence with Queen Anne and Edwardian details, which is actually in quite good shape. It has several modern additions off of the back, but it has many original features remaining. This is taking you around to the back of the property, where we're going to start just very quickly looking at some of the outbuildings or accessory structures. And so what you can see actually in the more bottom left-hand corner is the small outhouse structure that I believe is mentioned in the assessment report. This is the bank barn that's located on the property. Unfortunately, it has seen better days as the property is no longer itself being used for an agricultural function. These types of structures do tend to deteriorate when they aren't being used, and so there are significant structural issues. You can see in one of the lower photographs that the foundation is actually crumbled away from the corner, and one of the small sheds attached to the side of the barn has collapsed. This is one of the outbuildings that has intrigued staff, I would say, from the beginning. Its purpose is unknown, although we suspect that it may have been used as a smokehouse, given the fact that it has a brick chimney built into the structure. The walls are incredibly thick. It is not in great condition. We were able to access the interior very briefly, but the stone floor inside has completely heaved and cracked, and further investigation would be warranted to determine if it could actually be saved without having to essentially remove all of the historic material. This is another one of the small barns on the property that is in the process of collapsing. It is no longer being used. Staff are uncertain of the date. We don't feel that it's especially historic. Another small shed, a construction date unknown. Another small shed possibly used, possibly constructed of what we suspect is salvaged materials. And so we wouldn't consider it a historic structure, although some of the materials within it are probably old because they have been removed and reused from other buildings. The results of the review that was completed in addition to the research assessment from the Phase 2 Cultural Heritage Landscape Assessment, so this is taking it through the review of Ontario Regulation 906, which is the province's criteria for determining heritage value. We've noted that the house and some of the outbuildings do have significance as a collection of representative late 19th century or early 20th century farm complex built heritage resources. The farmhouse itself is a good representation, and the stone building certainly bears some future consideration. We've noted that the property has significant associations with the Van Sickle family, who are one of the early families of Trafalgar Township, and farmed this particular property for a number of years and are associated with the agricultural development of Trafalgar Township. In terms of contextual value, we've noted that while the property generally supports the character of the area, it no longer defines it in a significant way, largely due to a number of changes that have happened all around the property with the introduction of the 407 and several hydro corridors, and we've also noted that it is not a landmark. However, the property does meet 2 of the 3 criteria for the definition of cultural heritage value, and therefore it's staff's recommendation, supported by the Heritage Oakville Advisory Committee, that we issue a notice of intention to designate for the property at 3451 Tremaine Road.
Thank you, Ms. Shepherd. Are there questions for Ms. Shepherd? Councillor Elgar.
Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate it. So would that mean, like the one obviously with all the windows, that's a chicken house from years ago, is what was in there?
We believe so, yes.
There was a roof, yeah. That's what that was. The implement shed, would it come down? You called another barn, that's the implement shed.
Yes.
It would have to be destroyed?
Yes, I mean, we could certainly ask property owners to salvage some of the materials,
Yeah,
but to
okay.
be honest, most of them are in pretty poor condition.
Okay. Now, if you go to the slide where you look at the back of the house. Okay, you've got it. Would they be allowed, if the house remains, to tear off probably the back portion of that house and redo it?
Definitely, that would be permitted through a heritage permit process, but that's the type of alteration that we bring forward for council's consideration all the time. We strongly encourage property owners to put their additions on the side or the rear of the property so that the front streetscape view remains relatively intact, and in this case, that rear addition could be removed and something else could be constructed, something quite substantial too, given the size of the property.
Correct, okay. Okay, that was my question on, because I can see if you owned it, what you'd want to probably get away from. Thank you.
Councillor, are there other questions? No, I'm good. I'm calling Councillor Hutchins. When I get your questions, I'm planning to call the delegation. Shall I call the delegation? Councillor Hutchins? Thank you, Councillor. Madam Clerk, would you call the listed delegation?
We have one listed delegation, John Robinson, the owner.
Mr. Robinson, welcome. Council looks forward to your information.
Good evening,
Sir?
Yes.
No one will be able to hear you. Well, now it's much better.
Sorry.
Thank you so much.
I'm sorry. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is John Robinson, and I'm, together with my wife, I'm the current owner of the property that we're discussing. The property is, as you know, is located in the northwest corner of Oakville, very close to Milton, very close to Burlington, Burlington being immediately across the street from it. And thank you very much for the opportunity to come and talk about it tonight. Sheila and I raised a family of 4 in this house over a period of 30 years. It's not that we've just bought a house and want to sell it. They were very enjoyable years for us. a considerable time period of the 130 years old that the property is, in fact, and one could argue that we are, in fact, part of the heritage. I would like to request that the property, however, be dropped from the potential heritage list. And my reasons refer to, there's a section 2.6.3 of the provincial policy statement, that is to recognize the importance of evaluating and guiding development on properties adjacent to protected heritage property. And it states that a new development which is adjacent to or is in the immediate vicinity of a heritage resource could be as much as possible physically and visually compatible and with respectful of and distinguishable from a heritage resource. Now, speaking to that, our property is divided by power grids, first of all. There was a power line that went through it and it was separated so that the power lines, in effect, occur on both sides of the property. A lot of people don't like that because of the magnetic effects of these lines. I don't think there's any truth in that, but it certainly does make the property less attractive to some people. To the south of the property and adjacent to it, adjacent to the property, is the 407 highway. It's accompanied by the noise that we get from that and concern over pollution. These are things which are introduced, by the way, since we moved into the property. The concern is magnified by growth in the increase of road vehicle density there, of course. To the west of our property, and immediately adjacent also, is a shale quarry. The shale quarry was commissioned, I think, probably about 5 years ago. That also increased traffic flow, and it also reduced the quality of our drinking water, in fact, dried out our wells. So we are now currently on a water supply from the quarry. It's good water supply. It's, they're doing it well, but clearly we're vulnerable. To the southwest of the property, which is just below the quarry, there's a large transformer station that's been introduced. And with it, an extensive complex of very unattractive poles, which now currently border the road. And all of these items really interfere with the view that that we used to have to the escarpment. It's been implied by the heritage application that a property has been allowed by its owners to be run down. Now, my family has all left home now. My wife and I have moved to Oakville to be closer to surfaces. And over a 5-year period, we've had the house up for sale, the farmhouse up for sale. For 5 years it's been there. And during that time, we've had 5 different real estate agents who've attended to the house. All of them, I think, good people and trying hard to do this. We have not had one offer on the house. And we're selling, or at least we're offering the house for sale, what we think is a very low price, considering it's 17 acres. And it does have a house. Now, my wife and I, well beyond retirement age now, we still continue to work in order to pay the mortgage of the new house that we have. We cannot get that. And we believe that the explanation for that, and the reason I believe that, by the way, is because of remarks which are made by the real estate people. It's not my own judgment. That the reason that they can't sell this house is because of the heritage claims. It's not a heritage house yet, but it's on the listing, and we can't sell it because of that. And as a consequence, the house has been empty for 5 years, during which time, on 6 occasions, it's been broken into. 3 doors have been totally damaged. We've had many articles that have been stolen from it. We've repaired this house whilst we're continuing to pay our mortgage. We repaired the house by putting on new roofs, new doors, a lot of work has taken place to the house. And we have currently rented the property. We've rented the property for 1 year, but this is really just to sustain the cost to some degree. We can't expect the rented tenants to maintain the property. And so consequently, it's going to further deteriorate. It's deteriorated now for 5 years, and believe me, it disappoints me as much as it disappoints you people. I love that house. Although the house is not a good house to live in. It's a double brick assembly, which has a 1.5 inch center between the bricks. It's not enough to put insulation in. So the only way to keep that house warm is to put insulation on the outside, which would destroy its appearance, or pull off the very nice woodwork and things inside the house in order to extend the insulation inside. It's almost, well, it's a difficult task, and it would make small rooms, although the house looks large, it's not. It would make small rooms much smaller, and it would destroy the character of the house inside. A meeting with the Heritage Group recently informed us that the land and the house were of very little interest, in truth. And it's a Queen Anne house. It's not in bad shape, but I understand there are 7 more like that in Oakville. In other words, it's not particularly special, except to me. The smokehouse as well, which we thought was very special, we're now being told is not that special because somebody has tried to fix it up from time to time, and I'm sure I've contributed to that. I put a new roof on it at one time. The property is not suitable for farming in isolation from other farm businesses, although we use it associated with another farm. It's only 17 acres, so you can't sell it as a farm, is what I'm meaning. So the farm buildings will never be used, and the farm buildings really are worse than beginning to fall apart. They're dangerous. We won't allow children to go into them. We submitted a request to demolish the house, and the rationale behind that you've already heard, and I'm sure you're very familiar with it. We need for this house to be taken off the heritage listing, because that way you're more likely to preserve the house. We had many people who are interested in the area. It's a beautiful area. It's a nice place to live, even though we've got these not so good surroundings, quarries and such like. But I'm sure there's a lot of people who would want to live there if it was off the heritage. They want to make modifications to it. They want to be able to make modifications without restrictions, but I'm sure they will, and we would encourage them as well to try and maintain the character of the house. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, sir. You have Mr. Robinson? Councillor Lischina has a question for you. Councillor Lischina.
Hello, sir. I'm on this side.
Sorry. Where are we? Oh, sorry. Sorry. Excuse me.
Thank you for your presentation. So basically what you're saying is if the house is not on the register, you're able to sell the land. Is that what you're saying?
That's my belief, yes.
Okay. So I think my question is for Ms. Shepherd. Ms. Shepherd, is there any thought about moving the house? I know that in North Oakville we've got several other houses that have been moved for the purposes of development of the area. Is that something that is possible in this case?
Through you, Your Worship, I wouldn't rule it out, but when we look at relocation of a house, it's not something we undertake lightly, and we'd like to keep it retained in the nearby neighborhood. I think the property has additional concerns regarding development other than heritage, and those are that it's also part of the Parkway Belt plan by the province. I'm not sure if it's still under a minister's zoning order, but there are layers of restrictions on this property that are also going to prevent, unfortunately, any kind of significant development on the site that any property owner would have to deal with. To be honest, heritage, I'm not the property owner, but from my perspective, heritage seems to be something that we can at least deal with. We can allow change. There is a process that a property owner would have to go through, yes, but you know, we're very understanding of how people need to make these properties usable for them. As I explained to Councillor Elgar earlier, you know, they could certainly add on to the house, and also the interior would not fall under a heritage designation, and a property owner could do whatever they wanted to on the inside of the house. So I'm not unsympathetic to the property owner's concerns. I feel like there may be a little bit of miscommunication in terms of what staff and the Heritage Committee felt about the value of the property, because we do feel that it is significant, and we wouldn't be here recommending that lightly.
Thank you, sir. Are you aware of the other issues from?
Yes, I am, yes.
So it wouldn't just be the
Yes,
home then?
I'm
Thank
well
you.
aware of those, yes.
Councillor Elgar.
Thank you very much for coming and presenting your concerns regarding the heritage. How much of your property is bisected by the Trafalgar Moraine?
I don't know.
But you do know that Trafalgar Moraine is on that, because
Yes, I
you've
do.
got Becker's Dog Kennel to
Yes.
the north,
Yes,
and that, an awful lot of their property is part of the Trafalgar Moraine that cannot be developed.
yes. It's probably, I don't know, it's probably, if I was to guess at that, it's probably 5 acres on one side
About a
and
third of
12
it,
on the other,
yeah.
something like that, yes.
Yeah, so really, it's really not going to be developed, that area, like
Yes.
that portion. So I'm trying to understand why you're so against them. You want them to be allowed to tear the house right down, obviously.
I don't really want them to do that. I want a permit that permits us to have the house without it being heritage. We can't sell the house. 5 years is a good try to sell the house, and we're unable to sell it. You know, it's a financial thing as far as I'm concerned. I have another house, and I can't afford it. You know, it's time to move on for us. So it's a financial issue as far as I'm concerned, but I certainly want to preserve the house if we can do that.
So do you think maybe a lot of it has to do with the zoning of a lot of the property?
Oh,
that
it has,
cannot be?
absolutely it has,
Yeah.
yes, absolutely.
So
There's
that
no question. In fact, this 5 years it has been, as far as real estate is concerned, the most active real estate that I've experienced in all my time in Canada, and yet not one offer of a house. It's almost, you know, unheard of, but that's the situation.
Okay, now now the Heritage Committee, they did vote to say it remains, that the heritage designation should go forward?
Yes, they did.
Thank you very much.
Councillor O'Meara.
Thank you for coming, sir. Just to clarify, how long have those hydro wires been across your property for?
Oh, they've been there
Predating
for,
you?
No, they've been there for a long time. They were there when we moved into them.
Okay.
I'm not complaining about them. We chose to live in the house with the
Sure.
with the property there. All I'm trying to point out is that they also hinder to some degree the desirability of the property. That's all I was trying to convey.
No, I understand that completely. And then the last point, and I just so that I'm clear, and maybe my council colleagues are clear, numerous real estate agents have told you there's a bit of a hex on the property because heritage designation. Is that what you said to us
They
earlier?
all tell me that, yes.
Okay.
They tell me that that is the reason they have not been able to acquire a sale.
And have
Clearly, sorry, go
And
on.
have they told you it's because of Parkway Belt designations or any of the other issues? Have they said that's the reason why no offers in, or it's been mainly the heritage designation?
Of course, that comes up too, that is raised too, but the heritage seems to be the significant issue. There are problems with it. When they come and make enquiries and they find out that it's heritage related, they don't want to have anything to do with it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor O'Meara. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank
for
you
your
very much.
information. Madam Commissioner, I just wonder, for Council's benefit, if you could talk about the official plan designation of this area and the zoning that may apply on this land.
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. I don't actually have the zoning. I'm sure that Diane Childs has that. It is designated in the official plan as part of the Green Belt and the Parkway Belt. So it covers those designations. Everything north of the 407 is covered by that. So that's its designation at this point in time.
So, is it our expert opinion that those designations would have a more chilling effect on property value than heritage designation?
Yes, I think that Ms. Shepherd actually described it quite well. There are limited opportunities for the property. The Greenbelt designation on the property would identify most of its, in essence, it's the existing home that could be retained on the property. So perhaps some redevelopment of it, but only as a single-family home and perhaps just as the addition to the house. So those designations actually put a significant impact on the developability of the site.
And if the home were demolished, would there, under these designations, would there be an ability to build a new home in its place?
Through you, Mayor, no, it would not, because it's in the Greenbelt plan or the Parkbelt West plan, and I believe it's in the regional NHS, but the zoning bylaw is actually not here. The only thing I would add, it's my understanding, some of the issues with the property is that it was more about being in limbo with the heritage being listed, and that they were looking for some clarity, either it be designated or not be designated, and that came up through the CHL program.
Thank you very much. So I hope we've illuminated that there are some very significant factors at play here, and Ms. Shepherd was not speaking lightly when she said that in her opinion, the best opportunities for the property are under the Heritage Act, paradoxically, because without demolition, there is an ability to build the property up, and with demolition, basically it's sterilized. So if that's clear, Councillor Hutchins has moved the staff recommendation to designate or to declare the intention to designate. Are there any speakers? Shall I put the vote? Councillor O'Meara.
Thank you, Your Worship. I won't be supporting the recommendation, and there are a number of reasons. I don't think it's a demolish or not. I think people may want to live in that building and just want to do things without having to battle through the Heritage Committee, whether it be insulating from the outside, changing the outside decor, doing things that may not want to have happen. I certainly don't think heritage implications were considered when the hydro lines went through there, when the 407 went through there, and this gentleman's being held at a stage in his life to a circumstance that I don't think any of us would like. So I won't be supporting the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Meara. Other speakers? Shall I put the vote? All those in favor of Councillor Hutchins' motion? Those opposed? The motion carries. Thank you, everybody. That brings us to item number 12, the Active Transportation Master Plan update. All right, council and public, we have several registered delegations, and I will poll the audience after we hear those delegations. And first, I would invite everybody's attention to the presentation to be provided by Chris Clapham. Mr. Clapham.
Found it. Thank you, Your Worship. Hello, my name's Chris Clapham. I work in the Engineering and Construction Department. I am very honored to be here. I want to welcome all of our guests, a lot of my colleagues, friends who I've worked with since 2009, and throughout the Active Transportation Master Plan update that I am here to present on behalf of the town. I'm going to give you a quick overview we have a background, 2017 ATMP update. We're going to talk a little bit about the public and stakeholder input, the study process. I'm going to quickly go over some infrastructure improvements, the phasing strategy, some of my favorite outreach projects, and then we will also discuss the financial impacts in the funding strategy that we have for you today. The background. So I've been working for the town for about 16 years, and for about half of it, I've been working on the Active Transportation Master Plan. It was approved in October in 2009. We approved the capital plan subsequently in 2010. We did not begin to implement infrastructure until July 2011. In 2012, we saw switching gears approved by council, which drastically changed how we fund active transportation within the town. We also went on to approve the North Oakville Trails Plan in May 2013, where we dealt with just the land south of 407 and north of Dundas. We're hoping to merge that plan and the 2009 plan into our 2017 update. Halton also approved their ATMP in May 2015, and we've seen some recent changes in jurisdiction over some of the regional roads and the infrastructure that we have on those regional roads. And today, I'm here to present the ATMP update. So, this update builds on the cycling and walking projects that we've completed within the last 6 years. It continues to support active transportation as a viable alternative for commuting, as well as for leisure and recreational opportunities. The update also provides input and direction for the TMP update that's coming, and the 2018 Development Charges Bylaw. This further strengthens Oakville's commitment to find alternative ways to travel for residents, goods movement, and tourists throughout our community. The ATMP update provided us an opportunity to update the success of the 2009 plan, provide a continuous and connected network throughout the community, include performance targets and monitoring tools, provide short and long-term actions for infrastructure, outreach, and operations, identify priority projects and actions, increase awareness for cycling and walking, and provide facilities for all users through financial and phasing strategies. The public and stakeholder input. We completed an online survey with 547 responses, and the interactive map attracted 95 responses. I'm just going to outline a couple nuggets that I included inside the staff report, being that 81% of trips to work by Oakville residents are made by car. 67% of all residents surveyed traveled less than 10 kilometers for work. 94% of residents, 94% surveyed feel comfortable or somewhat comfortable walking in Oakville. 72% of residents surveyed feel comfortable or somewhat comfortable cycling in Oakville. We also conducted 2 public information centers, one in June and one in October of 2016. We held 2 separate interest stakeholder groups, and we held 2 separate technical agency committees. The study process. We heard a very great outline from Ms. Stephen about the EA process today. The master plan also follows the municipal environmental assessment process. We divided it into 3 steps. Step 1 being to review the current ATMP, step 2 to refine the existing network and strategies, and step 3 to propose the implementation. Step 1, during this step, a review of the ATMP goals, objectives, and principles was completed. Through the stakeholder consultation, we confirmed the vision from the 2009 ATMP is still reflective of the desired active transportation outcomes in this community. Further, step 1 also confirmed the objective statements. We reviewed existing trends in spatial analysis. We compared Oakville to other municipalities and identified opportunities and challenges within our community. So, after establishing the vision and goals of the ATMP, it was time to refine the network and strategies within the 2009 plan. Step 2 involved us using best practices and lessons learned from our 6 years of implementation, and through public and stakeholder consultation, we updated the network in 5 stages. We reviewed the existing active transportation conditions. We reviewed and confirmed the route selection criteria. We confirmed the facilities and identified new routes and alternatives. We determined criteria and investigated routes. And finally, we confirmed the new routes and selected the facility types. In 2009, the ATMP reviewed the town's AT infrastructure and reported an existing 28 kilometers of bike lanes, 49 multi-use trails, and 4 kilometers assigned routes. After the past 6 years, the town has implemented, an additional 44 kilometers of cycle lanes, 21 multi-use trails, and 47 kilometers assigned routes. This is on top of the numerous kilometers of on-road bike lanes implemented by the region and over 1,000 kilometers of existing and new sidewalks and off-road trails this town has to offer. You can see the totals that we are now at existing. In the last 6 years, 112 kilometers, we are at a total of 193 kilometers. This is the existing active transportation master plan without sidewalks. It involves numerous different facility types, bike lanes, buffered bike lanes, multi-use trails, signed routes, creating a network for people to travel north, south, and east, west. Now, I'm not meant to scare anyone by this table. I have a love for Excel sheets, which most people call my nerd sheets, but I do want to direct your attention to this number. We are proposing another 706.3 kilometers of infrastructure within the town. By the time we are done, it will equal just under 2,200 kilometers. We still have a lot of work to do, and I'm looking forward to it. Step 3, implementation. Long-term strategy to continue to improve our active transportation. The implementation will take time. It has taken time. We continue to need a coordinated effort between the town and all of our partners. Step 3 also confirmed the phasing and costing strategies using a number of factors. Our recently approved capital plans, our approved secondary plans, our approved Halton projects, and the route selection criteria and input received through the consultation. The phasing strategy. The recommended strategy has 2 phases, the short term between 1 year and 10 years, and the long term between 11 years and 20 plus years. The phasing plan is meant to be flexible and adapt to changes. This could include budget and funding opportunities, resources, timing of other projects from other levels of government, in coordination with our partners. I wanted to talk a little bit tonight about the priority projects. The 2017 ATMP update also included a list of priority projects, which were included in the staff report. These projects were identified based on network needs recognized by town staff and residents, as well as missing links and gaps in the existing system. 8 priority projects have been identified and organized into 2 categories, ultimate solutions and interim solutions. In each category, the solution is to implement a signed bike route, and super sharrows will be accommodated on the pavement. I'm going to show you some examples of where we're trying to put this infrastructure in an ultimate solution scenario. This is Trafalgar Road, south of Cornwall to Randall. You can see the constraints that we have with regards to the mature trees, the utilities. This is Kerr Street from Spears to Lakeshore. You can see the constraints that we have with on-street parking, utilities, street furniture. This is Brawny Road, south of Rebecca to Lakeshore Road. You can see the constraints we have with infrastructure, trees, utility poles, signage, driveway access. We understand that council does not have an appetite to widen some of these roads, as well as the residents that live along them. This is an example of what the super sharrows will look like on the roadway. They're working effectively in Kitchener and Vancouver. I also wanted to take some opportunity to talk about some of my favorite projects, the outreach. notwithstanding that we will continue to move forward with the implementation of infrastructure, the town needs to increase the number of people cycling and walking, and to continue to change the way people commute to and from school and work within this town. The ATMP has recommended 25 outreach initiatives to achieve the vision and objectives of this plan. These projects have also been phased into a short-term 10-year plan and are intended to continue well into the future. These are examples of the bike corral at the Canadian Open, our summer camp programs, and that's a little graphic from the workshop that we used this year when we brought all of the municipalities and the police together to talk about how we're going to get more children walking to and from school. We need to continue our partnerships, whether big or little, with Halton Region, the school boards, and our ASST work, and the enforcement work with the Halton Regional Police Service. All parts help to change behavior. The estimated cost to implement infrastructure and supportive programs identified in the ATMP is approximately $45.8 million over 20+ years. This includes $29.5 million for the proposed active transportation routes and facility types, $11.8 million for the proposed grade separation pedestrian crossings, and $4.5 million for outreach programs. This does not include the infrastructure within Midtown, North Oakville, or Halton Region projects. The ATMP also recognizes operating and maintenance costs will increase as we further develop this network. Our funding strategy. Funding of the ATMP will be through development charges, DC, the tax levy, and a portion of the federal and provincial gas tax funds. The 2018 DC bylaw update will reference the infrastructure projects eligible for DC funding. We will need to continue to leverage our partnerships for combining resources and applying for grants. The Bronte Provincial Bridge crossing is a great example of how we can partner with other technical agencies and Ontario parks to implement infrastructure, improve commuter cycling, and attract tourism. We will also need to continue to apply for grants. We have all heard about the recent opportunity from the Ontario government for the Ontario Municipal Commuter Cycling Program of $42.5 million available in the first year. It's a multi-year program which can offer the town multiple opportunities to implement and fund our plan sooner. The deadline is August 18th, and having a list of projects with an updated and approved plan from Council today will further strengthen the town's opportunity to receive this funding. The programs and projects recommended will require resources beyond what has typically been provided within the active transportation budget. Recognizing this, the ATMP outlines a more specific 10-year capital program for infrastructure than what has previously been planned for. Specific projects that are within specific years. They are subject annually to the capital budget program in the Budget Committee. Staff will also be looking at ways to address these funding issues in an upcoming implementation strategy report this fall. This strategy will give Council options for resourcing that is available now and what funding options could be available in the future. It will also look at recommendations which require additional funding and resources to help implement the plan faster. I'm not going to read these word for word. They are in your staff report, but this is just a synopsis of the recommendations that are being approved today. We would like you to approve the plan update today for various reasons. We would like to approve it so we can issue the notice of study completion within the EA process. That the financial strategy contained within the ATMP be referred to the capital forecast and the DC so we move forward with those studies, and that staff make the necessary official plan amendments in the future as well to Livable Oakville. I thank you for your time. I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Clapham. Would you go back to the second of the 4 recommendations and help us to understand what that process entails? That's the notice of study completion be issued to initiate a 30-day period for public review. Could you just talk about the public review piece of that?
If council does approve the plan today, in principle, the public still has an opportunity to provide comments to staff on the plan. If there are minor changes, we will implement them. They could be editorial, they could be adding in a piece of infrastructure that doesn't justify or change the entire approach to the active transportation update. It also allows the public underneath the AA process to file a Part 2 order to appeal the plan. That order would go directly to the Minister of Environment, and then we would be in the same situation as you heard tonight with regards to the Midtown.
Thank you very much. Council, are there any questions? Councillor Grant?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking at the solution you have for south of Oakville, for Trafalgar, for Bronte, and for Kerr Street, and you point to super sharrows. Now, I appreciate they're painted green because, you know, I'm always going on about let's paint these areas green so people can see them, but the sharrows that I have in my own communities are not well regarded by either cyclists or even respected by drivers. And these are communities that have families on their bikes that are seen all the time. On streets like Trafalgar and Kerr and Bronte, you don't have that familiarity with these families on bikes. So I'm just wondering how the super sharrows are, how they would be any different from the sharrow program we have now.
Through your worship, we have heard concerns from the public about the inconsistent use of sharrows. The Ontario Traffic Manual, Book 18 for cycling facilities, recommends sharrows as an additional feature to assigned route. We're suggesting and recommending that we close the gaps on some of these areas that we have no other options for except to implement assigned route. The super sharrow brings the awareness that the cyclist can take the middle of the lane if he or she so chooses. They can still ride along the curb if they feel safer to do so. The recent addition to the Highway Traffic Act is legal that every car who passes needs to provide 3 feet of space. So regardless of where the sharrow is, we want to bring awareness through these corridors with signed routes, share the road signs, and additional super sharrows that give space to the cyclist if they so choose to take the lane, which they are legally allowed to do.
Is there any way that we can include some kind of a function for education for drivers? Because depending on drivers understand the Highway Traffic Act, I'm sure half the people on the road right now don't realize if you're at a stoplight, you still can't look at your phone. You're still breaking the law. And so we need to get something in the minds of the drivers, I think, more than the cyclists, because the cyclists may believe that they have the legal right and they're safe, but the drivers are just looking to get home or get into their place of business.
Through you, Your Worship, I totally agree with you, Councillor, and we have many programs within our outreach initiatives that are being recommended that continue to work with the police services to educate and enforce the laws that we have in Ontario and in Oakville. So I will promise you that we will continue to educate and make videos and partner with other organizations such as Share the Road like we have to bring videos and put them on our website and continue to educate the Oakville population.
I've actually got a compilation of a bunch of videos I've put together, which I'll share with you, I guess, at some point.
I would love
Just to show that, yeah, the difficulties sent by, I believe somebody might be here tonight. Thank you, sir.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you very much. Chris, first, before I say anything else, thank you very much for all the work you've done over many, 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 many years. I've served on all kinds of committees with you at the region and here, and I really appreciate all the work and energy you've brought to the file. It's been fabulous all these years working with you on this. So thank you very, very much for that. And a personal anecdote, my kids are going to be going to one of the Oakville cycle camps, which I understand you had a big part in helping to bring along to us. So, and they volunteered for it, so thank you.
That's great news.
So anyway, to some questions. So first of all, I understand there have been some issues raised in an email by Marcus Hurton, which I think was copied to you earlier. Have you had time to look at those, and are you able to respond to some of those questions that were raised? In particular, issues around crossing of the creek and the lakeshore area and so on?
Do you have the attachment from them? I only have from the council. Through you, Your Worship, we can definitely start with QEW Bridge. So after the public consultation, I was approached by Mr. Hurton and Dane Morrison, which we've had many conversations. They have formed a cycling group, Oakville Livable Cycling. I know they're on the agenda to speak as a delegation. The QEW Bridge in the past has always been not an option for the town to attach any infrastructure to. We investigated it in 2009. We investigated it as part of the TMP in 2012. We looked at it as part of the Midtown Environmental Assessment in 2013, and again through this plan update. More recently, we have learned that the City of Mississauga has been working with the MTO to establish a design for attaching infrastructure to the Port Credit QEW Bridge. We believe we're just a victim of timing. They are going through that process now. There has been some change in the provincial government. We are seeing a lot more funding for cycling and a lot more funding through multiple areas of the government, the MTO, the Ministry of Culture, Sport and Tourism. This is great news for us. We are open to approaching the MTO again to see if there is an option to including active transportation infrastructure to the QEW widening, or through the TMP when we recommended the North Service Road extension. And we would probably recommend tonight that that be done through the TMP. We understand that in the future there will be constraints for traffic that need to cross the 16 Mile Creek. And in the TMP, we know that we are looking at two options to either widen, like we already recommended in 2012 to the QEW, or the North Service Road extension. So it involves vehicle traffic. That process is ongoing, and we can further have those discussions with the MTO. Number three, I think number two, straightforward. Number three, it talks about the interim solution of changing the continuous sharrows along Lakeshore Road East from downtown to Winston Churchill between the key intersections to be redrawn so that the middle lane running the length of Lakeshore be removed and space redistributed to the sides as bike lanes and sharrows be used through the key intersections to maintain left-hand turn lane for motorists. This option requires us to start and end bike lanes between every major intersection. This option of providing bike lanes mid-block also requires us to remove the center left turn lane. We have had opposition from this from local residents in other areas of town, specifically Burloak Drive, where we recommended the implementation of cycle lanes, and it was not accepted by the local residents. We looked at this option of implementing full on-road bike lanes along Lakeshore in 2009 as part of the ATMP. We also looked at it again in 2013 as part of the feasibility study that was done by AMEC for Lakeshore Road, and the recommendation was to stick with the multi-use trail off-road. We are currently in the detailed design process for the multi-use trail along Lakeshore Road, and we also further looked at on-road bike lanes again in this update. We have concerns with the traffic operations, not only at the major intersections, but also at the private residences, which will change the traffic operations along Lakeshore Road. At this time, we are not looking to include this solution. However, if council would like us to entertain it, I would still recommend we move forward with the interim solution. Looking at this solution, we will need to engage the public. At the time that we engaged the public for the multi-use trail, they were only aware that we were widening the existing sidewalk to implement an asphalt trail, which is where we would like to see the increase in cycling. We understand that people will continue to use Lakeshore Road. We understand that we need a solution. So we're recommending an interim solution until the multi-use trail is fully built. I believe I've answered number 4. It is, number 4 is the ultimate solution for Lakeshore Road East, that Lakeshore be widened at the key intersections to allow full continuous safe cycling lanes and left-hand turn lanes for motorists to be completed within the first 10 years of the plan. Ballpark estimate for this project is in the range of $500,000 to $750,000 based on the unit cost figures in the ATMP. Through your worship, I believe that this recommendation kind of melds with number 2 and 3, that if we were to go forward with number 2, number 3 would be an additional years away, that we would have to do detailed design, consultation, and potentially land acquisition at the major intersections. Number 5 is that the extension of the Inn Boulevard Trail from Morrison Road to Winston Churchill be advanced from the long term to be commenced after completion of the portion from Allen Street to Morrison Road. Total cost per the ATMP is $901,614. We agree with this recommendation. We agree that it should be advanced inside the ATMP, and we will make the necessary adjustments to do so.
Thank you very much. I think you've covered each of those items. So I understand we've got a multi-million-dollar cost to the updated ATMP. How much of that's coming from the federal government?
Through you, Your Worship, none of the existing projects that are ongoing right now are within the plan update because it starts in 2018. So the federal government would only fund projects either through the gas tax or any additional grants that we fund or apply for.
Okay, so if additional infrastructure funding is made available, there could be an opportunity to apply for it.
Absolutely. Okay. Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Giddings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You talked about, further to the Mayor's question, in terms of the study completion and the 30-day period for public review. You mentioned you were going to come back in the fall with priorities and some specific strategies or an a la carte menu. Is that prefaced on it being accepted tonight to kick off the 30-day to allow the public input, to allow you to do the work before the fall?
Through your worship, yes. It would require us to put a notice in the public paper. The earliest opportunity we would have is next Thursday. That would kick off the 30-day period.
All right, and in the information received from Livable Oakville Cycle, there was a lot of concern about north-south connectivity. And I know you don't have the regional, you aren't involved with the regional plans, but I look at what fairly recently completed on 9th Line between Upper Middle and Dundas, which is in place, and it is a great place to ride. What about Trafalgar Road? Is that coming next year, and does that bring anything to the ATMP?
Through your worship, the regional plan brings a lot to the ATMP. They control on-road bike lanes on all regional roadways, as well as the off-road infrastructure that needs to be implemented. In June last year, the regional council filed a motion that would say that they would look after all of the implementation and planning of all off-road infrastructure. Once it's completed, it then becomes a jurisdiction of the town of Oakville, which we operate and maintain. Trafalgar Road is a major arterial within Oakville operated by Halton Region from Cornwall North. The improvements to Trafalgar Road include a widening from, I guess the widening doesn't start until around Sheridan College, but it does include improvements from Leland North. The improvements right now are in the detailed design stage. They include a multi-use trail on the west side. There is portions of it that are there now around Sheridan College and a little bit north of that. When we went through the EA, this is what we pushed for. and this is the infrastructure that they can handle.
And that will have the transit lane on the outside?
Through your
lanes
worship,
part of-
the existing EA does talk about having an HOV lane there along Trafalgar. More recently, there has been the mobility management strategy has been approved at the regional council level. It has identified Trafalgar Road as a transit priority corridor. So there is some further study coming that looks at the form, type, and function of transit along Trafalgar Road. Now, how that takes shape, I am uncertain, but that is the next step.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Hitchens?
I just have a couple of questions here. On page 281, you're talking about the new developments north of Dundas and infrastructure planned in Midtown Oakville. Are the roads up there, are they, before we accept them, are they going to have bike lanes with them as an automatic thing rather than us trying to, put them in after the fact?
Through your worship, most of the infrastructure in North Oakville will be developed through the development application process. There is only a couple roads which we have control over. Sixth Line is one of them, which will have on-road bike lanes. When council approved the North Oakville Trails Plan, there were only a couple select roads that had on-road bike lanes. The major one, which was already identified through the EA process, was the North Oakville corridor. The William Holton Parkway now has on-road bike lanes and a multi-use trail. Through the Burnham Thorpe character study, we approved on-road bike lanes, and there's a small portion, I believe, just west of Sixth Line that has on-road bike lanes as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Could you please also repeat for the public why it's important to approve tonight the this particular
Absolutely.
Particular thing, because the 18th of August is a time frame that you mentioned, and if you could draw those two together, please.
Absolutely. Through you, Your Worship, a number of reasons, foremost being the development charge bylaw update. We would like to get the infrastructure list to the DC bylaw process so that we can carry on with that project. Number two, informing the TMP update for additional infrastructure. Number three being the grant funding program with the deadline of August 18th. You know, I believe that this council, if they approve the update today with the list of projects forward, it does not preclude us from adding projects to the grant. We can add them in subsequent years. We can adjust the list even with you approving the update today if you would like to add one that we need to look at further. And it helps move us forward with the budget process for next year. The capital plan work that we need to do, the operational budget stuff that is involved in the ATMP that we need to continue to have discussions with the other departments. We would like to continue those processes and those discussions internally.
Thank you. I do appreciate all the hard work you've been doing on this for many, many years. What about south of Sheridan College? You've mentioned that the region's planning on bike lanes north on Trafalgar, but what about south? I mean, that's a very dangerous area to get north or south using Trafalgar if you're a bicyclist. A number of people have told me that they refuse to go on the road, but they ride on the pavement, which of course, as everybody knows, is against the bylaw. But
Through your worship, just to clarify, north at this time isn't intended to have bike lanes on the road. The EA only recommended a multi-use trail on the west side of Trafalgar. Through the Midtown EA, we recommended a number of cycling infrastructure opportunities within the study area. I was a proponent, challenging my other internal departments to give us some space for protected cycling facilities. The Midtown EA was a very complex EA which involved cycling lanes, and it also included our very first cycle track being designed on Royal Windsor Drive and connecting over to Iroquois Shore. So we also included an underpass multi-use trail that would connect the Argus Road area, protected underneath the off-road ramp of Trafalgar to connect into the east side of Midtown. We also still have the west pedestrian grade separation and the east grade separation, which we added to get people north and south over top of the QEW. This is on top of the existing underpass that we have in the 6-line corridor. The Midtown infrastructure was after the TMP, so it still needs to become part of the DC project. Some of those projects need to become part of the DC bylaw as well.
Thank you very much. I'd be happy to move this ahead.
Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Your Worship. We heard you speak about Burl Oak this evening. And what feedback have you had more recently, including tonight's agenda item, positively or negatively from the constituency?
Through your worship, Burl Oak went on to have the existing center left turn lane remain, and I have not heard any concerns from the residents or the cyclists with regards to keeping that. We implemented a signed route and I believe on-road sharrows as well.
What type of public information has been made available to the public as of late regarding this?
Regarding the ATMP?
Tonight's agenda item.
Through your worship, after PIC2, we continued to finalize the last 2 steps of the ATMP update. I have been in contact with anyone who has called. We have been talking and meeting with them on some of the recommendations within the ATMP. And then the ATMP and the executive summary and the staff report were released as per the clerk's deadlines.
So how do you see this, whatever number it was that the mayor brought up, the number 2, the 30-day public review time, how do you see that unfolding?
Through you, your worship, I don't like to predict too many things these days, I have to admit, but I would hope that the council tonight approves the update so that we can issue the 30-day period. It would be on the residents or a business similar to Midtown EA who would have to put in a Part 2 order to, you know, I guess go against the overall principles of the plan. The ATMP is following the EA process, so regardless if the ATMP update is approved, it only takes into account steps 1 and 2 of the EA process. So when we go to implement a project, there are numerous categories that they fall into within the municipal EA process. If it's signed routes or we're just adding sharrows or bike lanes, they're all pre-approved projects which we can go in and implement. If we're talking major bridge structures or any infrastructure that requires a significant amount of money, we are still required to engage the public, have those detailed design drawings done, engage more public consultation, and we at the town want to continue that regardless of what project it is.
Okay, thank you very much for the response. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor O'Meara, would you give us a motion to go past the hour?
I certainly would be honored to do that, because it hasn't been a long day at all.
All those in favor? Against? It's carried. Thank you. Councillor O'Meara.
Thank you. Chris, I was actually, I appreciate the report. I was very shocked to hear the number of 67% of respondents travel under 10 kilometers in Oakville to work. Is that a number that we've tracked? Is that growing? Is that shrinking? Do we keep a track of that number, or was that just the first time that we've asked that in a survey and got that response?
Through your worship, I would have to dig up the old 2009 ATMP background study. So there was some extensive background work done in the 2009 year to see what the correlation between those two percentages were, and I can get that information for you.
I'd be interested in that, yeah, and I think it'd be great if it's something we could track just to see where we're going, and I think, I don't know whether it speaks to a change in culture in Oakville, or it speaks to a different group who are answering the survey. I'm not quite sure on that, which it could be. So,
just to add to that, though, it's good to keep in mind that the results from that survey are only from the people who answered it. So it's not part of like the Transportation Tomorrow survey or any census data like that. So.
Okay, well, I think maybe we can, yeah, I think there's some real numbers we want to look at when we're talking about this and we're bringing these forwards, as well as who's answering to the surveys, because that number alone might skew a lot of people's views about who's living and working in Oakville and how far they're traveling to work. So I appreciate that, the clarification on that. The other question I had was with regards to the current Lakeshore Road EA environmental assessment we're doing along that, and wondering if there are going to be points of interjection in terms of the ATMP and how that work unfolds. Or are you working closely with that group as well?
Through your worship, the Lakeshore Road EA, which is ongoing, began after we initiated the ATMP. We recognize that the two kind of had maybe a little bit of a conflicting process timeline. And so our approach was to allow the Lakeshore Road EA to take its own course. This is no different than when the region were doing their ATMP, and we were right in the middle of our Midtown EA work. So there is a note or a bubble on one of the maps that recognizes the Lakeshore EA is ongoing, and it needs to look at alternative solutions for not just active transportation, but also cars and the urbanizing the road. And so from the master plan level, we see an opportunity to implement buffered bike lanes, but it will be the decision of the Lakeshore Road EA, and how that process unfolds that is the ultimate solution for Lakeshore Road. In the interim, because we know that that process is still ongoing, we understand that there would need to be land acquisition and detailed design and then construction and budgets. That's why we're recommending the interim solution to Super Sharrows along that road with the signed route.
Okay, I appreciate that. I know I'm focusing on the word flexibility in your plan as well, which I appreciate. And just last, and I know it's a good problem to have, but in terms of the ultimate solution on Brawny Road from Rebecca down past Lakeshore down to Ontario Street, the Sharrows that you're talking in there, south on Brawny Road is an absolute beehive of vehicles, commercial, condo owners in and out, restaurants, pedestrians. So I think I just want to be very cautious again, and it's not unique to that area, but it's a good thing that it's very busy. But I have very pains in my gut about Sharrows and what cars believe bikes can do and what bikes believe they can do now that there are Sharrows, and with traffic coming in and out. So I just, a little special consideration I think would go a long way, because that can be a bit of a mess in that little stretch down there. So thank you again for all of your work on this. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Clapham. And Madam Clerk, would you call the first delegation?
First delegation speaking to this item is Fraser Demoff on behalf of Cycle Oakville.
Welcome, Mr. Demoff. Council looks forward to your information.
Okay. So do the guys at the back set up the PowerPoint on here? Or? Right over here. Oh. Yeah. Advance here.
And then just hit next. Yeah, correct.
Okay, cool. Awesome. All right. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for allowing me to speak this evening. And I know there's a bunch of delegates behind me that would like to speak to this as well. I want to start off by thanking Chris Clapham. He's been pretty awesome to work with on this file for us, and a huge shout out for him for reinstalling the bike corrals in each of the BIAs this summer. It was a bit later than we had last year, but nevertheless they're being used by many cyclists across town. To give you some background, Cycle Oakville, we're the leading advocacy organization for the promotion of more bicycle infrastructure and for more people to ride their bikes instead of take their car. We do a lot of social rides as a way to get people that haven't ridden in 10, 20 years on a bike again to try it out and to really fall in love with it again. Our board of directors is made up of both commuter cyclists and spandex cyclists, and I'll speak to both of those varying issues later in this presentation. To give some background here, in our opinion, cycling in Oakville in its current state, many lives are at risk. Riding a bike can be extremely dangerous, especially at certain parts of Oakville and especially around our GO train stations. We have a lack of smart cycling infrastructure that I think we kind of allude to as we look at our GO train stations, where we kind of island them with very limited options for people to be able to ride their bikes to them. We have a heavy use of Sharrows as an ultimate option instead of a temporary option, and I just want to preface that we're not opposed to Sharrows. We're opposed to Sharrows as the ultimate solution for a roadway. Sharrows have been proven to be more dangerous for cyclists than bike lanes, and the installation of a bike lane protects the cyclist 90% more than a Sharrow. So we really don't like seeing Sharrows as an ultimate solution. We only like to see that as a kind of temporary solution as we work towards a final one. The final thing about Oakville in its current state is that when we place bike lanes in the middle of the roadway with parking closer to the curb, we have that backwards, and it's a failed experiment. You have cars that will constantly door cyclists as they ride, and my board member Pete Phillips here tonight can tell you all the instances of Sixth Line where he's been almost ridden off or crashed off his bike by someone opening their door. Now, I wanted to give some actual examples here of what some of the stuff that we've identified as needing fixing in Oakville. So one of the big things, the Glen Oak East Trail, this is in, I think, Alan Elgar and Roger Lapworth in your ward here. This is advertised as a trail for cyclists and pedestrians to use. Now what you'll see here is that there's a full raised curb that unless you're on a mountain bike, you have no hope of trying to get over that or to go off of that into the middle of the road. There's also no crossing, so that if you're on a bike, you come up to that crossway, you're out of luck. You're dealing with any cars that are coming by, there's no stop sign, and this is not an isolated situation here, this is all over. Another thing, this is a small thing, happens at certain points of the year, but it blocked bike lanes with homeowners who put their leaves. It's tough to avoid. Mother Nature blows leaves all over, but it's one thing that it pushes cyclists farther into the road. And when drivers see a bike lane, they expect cyclists to stay in that bike lane. When we have leaves like that, it pushes us into the middle of the road. The Rebecca Street multi-use trail, this one here, it's I think mostly just a lack of education, but a truck parked on the middle of the trail, and you know, unless you're got really good jumping ability, you're not going to be able to jump over that truck. You're going to have to dismount your bike and figure out a way to get around it. The final thing here, this is something I think we've spoken to Chris Clapham quite a bit about, is that in Oakville, cyclists aren't just riding for a leisurely activity in the summertime. There are a lot of us that do cycle in the wintertime, and when certain linkages between bike lanes and town facilities aren't plowed or de-iced, it creates an absolute hazard for cyclists trying to get through. And just to give some reference here, this picture is the bottom of Sixth Line as it connects underneath the QEW. So when we were doing the ATMP update, we obviously took this very seriously as an organization. We provided a lot of comments, which I wanted to kind of summarize here. The biggest thing is that Oakville, whether we like it or not to hear it, is falling behind its neighbors. And we advocated very strongly for a minimum grid, for more bike lanes, and to take real steps toward a safe cycling town. We're a big proponent of the town funding a full-time employee for this file, someone that we can continue to work day in and day out with. And we looked at this ATMP update as a chance for the town to really fix some of the problem areas, as well as build existing infrastructure, or build out new infrastructure. But the one thing that we tried to relay at each of these meetings is that as we build more Sharrows and as we continue on, the relationship between cyclists and motorists is only getting worse. And as we build more Sharrows, this relationship will just completely worsen as it goes on. And I'll get into more of that as we continue. So I don't want to be all doom and gloom here. We do really like some of the stuff in this ATMP update. One of the biggest things for me personally is that the proposed buffered bike lanes along Spears Road. For Councillor Chisholm in Ward 2, you'll know that Spears Road can be an absolute hectic area for even motorists, but for cyclists themselves, it can be pretty scary. We like the buffered bike lanes along Lakeshore Road, Church Street, and Robinson. Another big thing that we're quite a big fan of is the proposed fixing of the Lakeshore Road third line intersection where a cyclist was killed last summer. And the other big thing is that the acknowledgement that our GO train stations are massive trip generators and that we need to start taking advantage of that. Now, unfortunately, there are some big things that we were quite concerned about. And I know this point here touches a bit on the regional jurisdiction, but Trafalgar Road continues to be a dangerous, unconnected strip for students going to Sheridan from the south. We were quite concerned that it's not going to be till 2022 that bike lanes will be on Spears Road closest to the Oakville GO station. And we're also very disappointed that the 8 proposed short-term priority projects are all signed bike routes with Sharrows, which, as I mentioned, are ineffective at keeping people safe or enticing people to get on their bike. The town of Oakville won't be able to replace a sidewalk with an in-boulevard trail until 2026. There's not as much attention and outreach as we would have liked dealing with youth in going to school. There's obviously a lot of great outreach programs, but something that we really wanted to see was a clause in there devoted to parents dropping off kids and getting more kids riding their bike to school. And as I mentioned, the relationship between cyclists and drivers continues to worsen, and we didn't really see a lot of tangible stuff in here to fix that. So our recommendations, we would like the town to connect the dots. Make 6th line a primary spine route, and Notting Hill Gate, which I do apologize for the spelling error, a primary spine route. Both of these streets have some of the best bike lanes in all of Oakville, but they're not identified as spine routes that would help us to, establish a minimum grid. Using those 2 streets would be a huge step forward in advertising a minimum grid and for cyclists to get around. And this one here, Mark Grant, or Councillor Grant, you'll know this. We've coined taken your coinage for the fix the 6. So we would love to see bollards added on 6th line to protect cyclists who are riding in the lane, and you can see in the picture there what we would love to see along 6th line. As I mentioned, the installing of curb drop downs and pedestrian crossovers so that if people are trying to use our trail system, that they're not forced to go to the next driveway to get across the road, that they can smoothly cross the road. We recommend the fully embracing of bicycle-friendly BIAs, and certainly the 3 BIAs that we do have are massive trip generators, and we would like to see a commitment for funding of the bike corrals to be maintained in each of those areas in perpetuity. One of the big things, good fences make good neighbors, and it's a very easy thing to understand that if you separate cyclists and vehicles, the relationship will get better because we'll be out of each other's way and we won't be bugging each other. One of the things, especially on 6th line, we do need to step up the bylaw enforcement regarding illegally parked cars. This comes, I think, a bit with putting cars against the curb and then bike lanes in the road. But this is one thing that we've dealt with, that enforcement does need to be stepped up to try and deal with this. And GO train stations, we would prefer to see the GO train stations have cycling infrastructure built out from there instead of building infrastructure to the GO train stations. There are areas of East Oakville and where I live in Ward 2 where I really only have to travel about 4 kilometers to get to the GO train station, but according to this ATMP update, it won't be till 2022 that I'll be able to ride on one to get there. So it's just a suggestion, and the other thing we didn't really see was a lot of pilot projects, which a lot of other communities are doing, like Burlington, and it would be lovely to see that sort of bold action being taken. One of the big things, and I know I'm running out of time, but limiting the use of Strava smartphone app data. This is used primarily by Mammal and Mowell, which is the middle-aged male in Lycra. This is not used by the commuter cyclist. So we don't, if I'm going to the grocery store, I'm not going to use the Strava app. And so my trip isn't then tracked and then incorporated in the town's study. We would promote the stopping of the building of Sharrows, at least as an ultimate measure, and a better usage of signage for navigation, similar to Mississauga, where you don't need a smartphone app to get through on the waterfront trail. There's amazing signage, but coming back, it's not as great. So in our opinion, with this update, the Oakville residents' lives will continue to be at risk unless serious changes are made to this update.
Thank you for your information. Are there questions? Councillor Elder.
Thank you for coming. Now, you saw Mr. Clapham's presentation, and it seems like it's a pretty good start.
Yep.
And it also sounds like they can consider what you put before us tonight.
Yeah.
And they could come back and do other things. Like, are you okay with us approving tonight to get things rolling so we do something at least?
Yeah, my big concern is that we jump the gun on this just to meet certain deadlines when the project's being proposed. I mean, virtually the entire cycling community is, and I shouldn't be speaking out of turn, but virtually the entire cycling community is against these proposed updates. So the Sharrows as an ultimate solution it's not a good move. So we don't like seeing that. Obviously, I mean, it's nice that it is a flexible plan, that if there's certain funding becomes available, that changes can be made. But if this is the we're hanging our hat on, then we have serious concerns about that. Because in our opinion, if Sharrows are what Oakville is hanging their hat on and saying, we're a livable Oakville, livable Oakville community here, we have Sharrows in a big green box. Like, if you look at other municipalities, they're able to do that, and we just seem to be unable to. So
I'm a little concerned about the bollards, which I think would be really good. However, we do have snow here, and the snow plows, I don't think it's going to work very well in the wintertime.
well, I mean, other municipalities already have this, Mississauga, Toronto, and they plow just fine. And I think, it's the town of Oakville put in bollards to separate 2 lanes of traffic downtown Oakville. And we've been asking for these on our bike lanes for years. So it's not impossible. They don't cost very much. And other municipalities already have these installed, and they clear the snow and they clear the leaves. So there is ways to do it, but it just takes the town of Oakville, taking that bold step and actually doing it. So.
Okay, well, listen, I think obviously Chris is listening to what you're saying, and I appreciate you coming out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Elder. Councillor Hutchins?
Yes. Hi, Chris. I just wanted to ask you, what's your experience of the bollards? I mean, have you heard from Mississauga and other areas that they survive snowplows and so on?
Through your worship, yes, we've actually installed bollards before on Royal Windsor Drive to separate cycle lanes and through traffic. It was I guess an option for us that we looked at. They didn't last very long, so we discontinued their use, and trying to put them in every year would be an additional operational cost. Fraser is correct. It is low cost to implement them. The operating costs continue to increase, and the more you have, the more you have to continue to maintain them and make sure that they are there. That is something the council would have to accept, and we could definitely look at other options of trying to separate cyclists, not only with bollards, but delineators. Rumble strips have been used in other municipalities as well as just paint and buffered areas.
Thank you, Councillor Hutchins. Mr. Clapham, while you're still up.
Yes, sir.
Do you agree with the characterization of your plan that Sharrows are the ultimate solution?
No, I believe that in certain instances in these 8 priority projects, that the option we had right now, listening to the public and the concerns of these spines or network connections, that this is the option that we have to go with, and that the consultant is recommending, so that we can heighten the awareness of cycling on these portions of roadway. There are numerous projects recommended within the update that look at bike lanes, multi-use trails, signed routes, buffered bike lanes, all of the facility types that the public would like to see within our shared network.
Thank you.
Thank you, Worship. Thanks very much, Fraser, for being here. I appreciated your comments very much, and I've just got one quick question. Actually, I'm asking you to repeat, in your opinion, the method that we should employ to establish a stronger relationship between vehicles and cyclists.
So, in my opinion, and I think a lot of the community will agree, a clear separation between where bikes are and where cars are is a surefire way to improve that relationship. If you build sharrows, in my opinion, if you build sharrows and you put cyclists in front of cars, that relationship will continue to deteriorate because you'll have cars that believe the cyclists should be on the sidewalk, and you'll have cyclists riding 2 or 3 abreast, or 2 or 3 wide, that will really make a lot of motorists mad.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate those comments.
Thank you, Mr. Demoff. Madam Clerk, the next delegation.
Next delegation speaking to this item is Marcus Hurton and Dane Morrison.
Welcome, Mr. Hurton and Mr. Morrison. Council looks forward to your presentation and your information.
Thank you. We'll try to make this really quick because Councillor Adams actually covered a lot of it with his conversation with Chris. So if you just bear with us, we might be changing this a little bit on the fly here. Just a little bit on who we are. We're a group of cyclists in Oakville who formed to make sure that this A-Team update is implemented as it eventually, in the form that it eventually takes. When we look back at what the plan was in 2009, it looks like only about 15 to 20% of the plan was ultimately enacted over the last 6 to 8 years, which really is a failing grade. We don't want to see that happen again. So that's why we formed this group. We apologize for all the emails and letters that we sent you, but when we were first chatting with Chris back in May, we believed that this meeting would be to receive the plan, not to provide ultimate approval, and ultimate approval would be sometime in September. So we apologize again for the number of letters and emails. We do want to congratulate Chris and staff on the great work that they've done. We were very pleasantly surprised when we saw the plan. It has a lot of great stuff in it. We're quite happy with it, and we're quite happy to see the level of funding wasn't cut back to what's been done over the last 6 to 8 years. One of the comments that we made in one of our letters was that there's something like 7,000 daily cyclists on Oakville roads, and the question was, where do we get that number from? And we got that number from an organization called Share the Road, which is an Ontario cycling coalition that does annual surveys of Ontario people, like the general population, not just cyclists. And based on their surveys, we determined if you extrapolated that information down to Oakville's population, that would be somewhere around 7,600 daily cyclists. It'd be about 26,000 weekly trips and 30,000 monthly, or 30,000 people taking a monthly trip, which actually equates to about 3.3 million cycling trips are taken each year in Oakville, which when you compare that to transit at 3 million is a very significant number. It might be, less than 3.3 million, it might be 2.5 or 2 million, but people really use cycles for transportation and also recreation. It's a big thing in Oakville. And last that I wanted to say was that our main focus is to provide safe, continuous routes throughout Oakville. And when we're looking at the ATMP update, that's really what we're trying to fix. We're trying to give complete routes that are safe, that don't have sharrows. We have some huge concerns about sharrows as well that my partner here, Marcus, will talk about. But, it's going to be a disaster on places like Lakeshore Road East, that if there's no ultimate solution for Lakeshore Road East and all we have is sharrows for the next 10 or 15 years, it's going to create a lot of conflict. You'll have bikes traveling at 20 kilometers an hour in the middle of the road with cars coming along at 60 to 70 kilometers an hour, and it's going to be a massive problem, and you'll be getting a lot of complaints throughout Oakville if these aren't implemented. Marcus is going to talk about the specific recommendations that we have.
Your Worship, Council, staff, thanks, Dane. I'm going to need some visuals to help me along here, so. I think you have this all in front of you. How do I advance the slide?
You can just go.
Okay, thanks. Just before we begin, some terms that we throw around, I just wanted to quickly define them. There's a concept called a complete street, and our streets are public, and they belong to all users, and users include cyclists.
Mr. Hurton, in an effort to help you, this there's a concept called a complete meeting, and we have already passed a resolution to go past the hour of 10, which is the normal stop time, and 10:30 is the stop time now. So.
But I've got 10 minutes, right?
You can use your time any way you want, but I just try to help you with an understanding of how the meeting works.
Well, Your Worship, we've spent a lot of time on this, and this is our opportunity to communicate our message, and you've just taken up 20 seconds of valuable time, and I was under the impression we have 10 minutes. Thank you. So a complete street, streets are public. They belong to all users. And a minimum grid is actually a viable transportation network that allows you to get somewhere on a bicycle, and you link key destinations so that you give a choice of mobility to the public. And one of those choices that needs to be provided is safe cycling. This is an illustration of what a minimum grid might look like. So you start with destinations, key destinations, and you link them efficiently and safely. Decisions need to be data-driven, and Cycle Oakville talked about this a little bit, the Strava data that you have purchased. It records, using GPS, the amount of cycle trips. So we've had a look at this and looked at the routes which are most heavily traveled by cyclists. And you can probably take those numbers, as Fraser mentioned, and extrapolate them, I don't know, 5-fold, 10-fold, because not everybody carries one of these devices. So it is an indicator of use, and I think the decisions that we take need to be data-driven. This is what the safe, continuous cycling infrastructure really looks like. You've been looking at maps with a lot of lines on them, but a lot of those lines don't mean anything. In reality, and I've checked this with cyclists who have traveled practically every road in Oakville, this is really what it looks like. Now, as a transportation network, you try and get somewhere on this, you're not going to get very far, or you're going to be risking your safety. So this is what it really looks like. It's not a map that's jammed with lines. This is the reality out there today. So 20 years forward, which is too long, this is what we're looking at in terms of a grid. Not bad. You've got the regional infrastructure, and you've also got the town of Oakville providing some of the infrastructure. But we decided to focus on two gaps. We'd like to see this speeded up. It's a good start of a good network, but there's a couple of key gaps. And one of them I can draw your attention to is across 16 Mile Creek. And there's already a significant amount of cycling infrastructure north of there, but we need to get people from wards 4, 5, and 6 down to the lake and into the BIAs. And right now there's no good connection, and the connection that we believe is most feasible is to cover that little 160-meter gap so that we can tie in some of the existing infrastructure to the north to the proposed infrastructure to the south and start building a minimum grid. Likewise, going east-west, Lakeshore Road East in red is very dangerous. So we have no good way of going east to west. And again, that would be a key part of the minimum grid. So those are two glaring omissions that we have identified in the plan. This is what a crossing across 16 Mile Creek could look like. You can see active transportation folks of all ability levels and pedestrians, and that would give you that north-south corridor or spine as part of a minimum grid. Now for the Lakeshore solution, there's space there. There's a left-hand turn lane that's very infrequently utilized. We already have a portion of Lakeshore on the west where there is no left-hand turn lane and cycle lanes, and that seems to be working very well, I think, in Ward 1 into Bronte. So we propose as an interim solution, taking that space and redistributing it and giving it to cyclists. And then as an ultimate solution, we look at the 6 or 7 intersections and we widen them. And you can see just a back of the envelope cost estimate there. And I think those numbers were already mentioned by one of the councillors. So did you want to wrap it up? Thanks.
Wrap up. So I just had one last thought, and the one last thought is I like to read budgets. I like to read all the town's documents. And the one thing that I did notice was that it talks about when we look at the recreation centers, how many hours of recreation they provide in a given year. And on a per capita basis, it's about 20 hours, and there's 200,000 people approximately in Oakville, so that's 4 million hours of recreation. If you assume there's 3.3 million cycling trips in Oakville in a given year at about an hour, you know, it's on about the same scale. And it looks like we'll probably spend somewhere around $200 million in capital and operating costs for our rec centers over the next 10 years. And cycling, the capital budget for cycling over the next 10 years is only about $15 million for about 75% of the use. And the projects that we're asking you to add to the ATMP update are only, you know, add another 3 or 4 million. So we ask that, you know, if you can't add our amendments to the ATMP update tonight, that you defer approval so that we can communicate with you more with you or with Chris, and staff can look at the amendments we've asked for so that we can come up with a ATMP plan for the next 10 years that really does deliver safe, continuous routes throughout Oakville. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your information. Are there questions for the delegations? Councillor Hutchins?
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Did you hear Mr. Clapham say that, that your number 5, he's perfectly prepared to put and implement that in with the plan?
Yes, we did, and that's very welcome. But you know, realistically, the percentage of cyclists that use the multi-use trail pale in comparison to the number of people that use the road as road cyclists. You know, there's no real hard data. Nobody's done a good study, but you know, when you just look at it, I would guess that it would be 80% of people will still ride on the road. It will only be 20% of people on the road. You need the multi-use trail for families, you know, because in Southeast Oakville, we really have no fixed cycling infrastructure throughout it to get anywhere. But you really need the on-road cycle lanes in some form, and we need an ultimate solution. Like if we implement the town's interim solution to put Sharrows on Lakeshore, and there's no plan for an ultimate solution, even if the ultimate solution takes 10 or 15 years, you know, to widen the road at key intersections, we're stuck with Super Sharrows forever. You know, there needs to be an ultimate solution for Lakeshore Road East, which is the most heavily cycled traffic route in Oakville, as part of the plan, whatever that is.
So you are suggesting that there shouldn't be Sharrows, but there should just be painted lines on either side?
Yep.
Even if it's not wide enough for a proper bike lane, would that be preferable?
There's enough width on Lakeshore Road East for cycle lanes and proper vehicle lanes. And what we're suggesting is not continuous cycle lanes along Lakeshore Road East for the interim solution. You revert to Super Sharrows through the intersections, but that, you know, what will happen is you'd be cycling along Lakeshore, you'll get to an intersection, you'll merge with traffic, but then you'll go back to a bicycle lane so traffic can pass you. Like, that's gonna be a lot safer than, you know, this constant interaction with traffic on Lakeshore Road East that we have now. It's terrifying, quite frankly.
Okay, I also heard Mr. Clapham say that it was a question of timing of this connecting a bridge over the MTO, and how Mississauga was getting permission from the MTO to add their thing. So are you satisfied for him to try and go back to the MTO to try and get this extension from the North Service Road across to Kerr Street?
As long as it's part of the ATMP update, that some sort of connection be formed at that point to connect to Kerr Street, because that really seems to be a great route from north to south in Oakville. Be it over a road or be it over a dedicated pedestrian cycling bridge. When the Kerr Street reconstruction takes place, that seems to be an opportune time to do that project. And, you know, in meeting with Chris and staff, there doesn't really seem to be any other good way to get from, call it the QEW, down to downtown, because of all the, you know, east of 16 Mile Creek, it's, you know, old narrow roads. Like Trafalgar is way too narrow to ever widen. You know, Super Sharrows on Trafalgar is going to be not a great solution either, but it's a relatively short road and it's a relatively slow road, so it's not as bad as a Lakeshore. You know, Super Sharrows can be used in some spots, like downtown Oakville, to get around parked cars, but on Lakeshore Road East and West, you know, we don't think they have any use in it or any place.
Thank you, sirs, very much for your time and your information.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, the next delegation.
Next delegation is Pam Demoff speaking to this item.
Ms. Demoff, we only have 7 minutes before the meeting automatically ends unless a majority of council, or rather a supermajority of council, wishes to extend the meeting. So would you like me to try to get extra time, or
Could you get a couple minutes? I'm not going to take more than 10 minutes.
I'm a prisoner of the procedure bylaw, and it's up to council.
How many speakers do we have left? I'd like to know.
We have one more listed speaker on this item, and then we have one more delegation speaking to item 17.
I'll move we go past the hour 10:30 to 11, but that's it.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Lischina, shall I put the vote? All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Those opposed? 1, 2, 3. That's what I'm, for clarity, this is a vote to waive procedure, and then we would vote on going past. As I recall the procedure bylaw, it takes 9 votes, and we just had 9 votes, and so the procedure bylaw is waived. Councillor Elgers also moved, thank you for cooperating with me on that, that we go past the hour of 10:30, and he's saying 11. I'm skeptical, but okay. All those in favor? That carries. Now you have a full 10 minutes.
Thank you.
I hope that's helpful.
And I'm going to be doing this old school with paper in the square when I get to it. So, Mayor, members of council, staff, and fellow cyclists, I'm here tonight as a resident, as a cyclist, as a former councillor, founder of Cycle Oakville, but I'm also here as the Member of Parliament for Oakville North Burlington. And I want to applaud finally doing an updated ATMP. You normally revise them every 5 years. It's been a little longer for that, for this. But if you look back at what was done in 2009 to where we are today, it really is something to be very proud of. I know I'm really proud of what was done when I was on council, working with Colleen Bell and CAA to put Watch for Bike stickers on town fleet, education about cycling in BIAs on the sidewalks, working with the Halton Police and Share the Road about sharing the road on Lakeshore Road, bike parking at events in the Canadian Open. That's something that was unprecedented, and I'm so proud of the town for continuing that every year. But I really want to give a big shout out to Chris Clapham, who does yeoman's work on this issue and doesn't get the credit he deserves for doing as much as he has been able to do in the town of Oakville. So thank you, Chris, for all your work on this. In 2006, council made a commitment to transit. Many of you, Mayor, you were certainly here. Many of you on council were here when you had a bold vision and you made the investment in transit. And that's paid off with increased ridership. And it also recently paid off with increased federal investment in transit because Oakville, because of the ridership, received $5 million. I also represent the city of Burlington. It received $3.4 million. So because of the vision that council had in 2006, you're seeing residents using transit. You're also seeing additional investments that can be leveraged with other levels of government. And I think it's time for Oakville Council to take that bold vision when it comes to active transportation and cycling and walking. It's not only good for cyclists and pedestrians. It reduces congestion on the roads. It would allow us to become a leader on the issue. It improves the health of our residents. It would grow our economy, and it would take us a long way on the road to making us the most livable town in Canada. Building cycling infrastructure is cheap in the grand scale of things. I know compared to building a road, it's significantly cheaper. The ATMP is a critical roadmap for the town. And the one concern that I have is that you are under time constraints. This is coming to you in the summer. I had an experience when I was on council where Third Line was being repaved. GO Transit had built a southern entrance to the GO train, which wasn't anticipated when the ATMP was done, and there was no opportunity to put bike lanes on Third Line or put any kind of active transportation facility on Third Line, so there's still nothing there. It's going to be way out, and I was told at the time as a councillor that it would have been a lot easier to do if it had been in the ATMP. So my concern is that Chris has said you can make small changes to it. My concern is that if there are changes and that there are things that residents are recommending right now, that there won't be that opportunity, and things like putting cycling infrastructure on Third Line to get to the GO, those kind of opportunities will be missed. Right now, when you go north onto Third Line, there are Share the Road, Bike Route, and Sharrows. I have yet to see a cyclist ever use Third Line. I wouldn't use it. I've seen a couple on the sidewalk, but you know, it's just not practical. Right now, from where I live, if I'm to ride my bike to the GO, Upper Middle Road has off-road multi-use trails, some on the north, some on the south. As a driver, you don't like having to reroute to make turns. As a cyclist, you take part of it on the north side, then you've got to come to the south. Bronte Road is great. I go down Bronte Road, I get to Quality Suites under the QEW. It ends. So now I'm on the sidewalk or on the road, but then I'm on Wycroft and there's nothing. It is in the plans, and I think it's for an in-boulevard trail. Is that right, Chris, on Wycroft? That means that all those trucks coming in and out of those businesses are not looking for a cyclist moving quickly near a sidewalk. I'm not a fan of those, but that's a practical solution. Fraser talked about how GO trains are islands. That needs to be a priority for council. If you want to reduce congestion, you've got to make it a priority. And I brought, this was the Minister of the Environment provincially, Glenn Murray, took a visit to Burlington, and his tweet was, "Go cycling visit to Burlington. No cycling lanes or infrastructure connecting GO station to anything. Dangerous after dark on busy streets. #fail." Oakville's worse than Burlington when it comes to connections to the GO. Sorry, I know I'm rushing for time. You mentioned bollards. Ottawa uses bollards. They get a lot more snow in Ottawa than they do here. I brought some examples of infrastructure that I've seen in Ottawa. We have curbs, as Fraser mentioned, on our trails. We have gates. Ottawa puts up stop signs, and I can ride my bike. I guess they're giving me enough credit as a cyclist that I'm going to observe a stop sign before I cross, and then I continue on. I don't have to go down a curb. I don't have to navigate P gates or whatever they're called. Burlington uses posts. Construction in Oakville. when the region was doing construction on Lakeshore, there was no accommodation for cyclists on Lakeshore Road. On Rebecca Street Bridge, when it was under construction, as an afterthought, a sign was put up that says walk your bike. In Ottawa, cyclists can take the lane, stop honking. That was what was put up during bridge construction. We were talking about dooring. This is what's put in busy areas like Bronte. A dooring zone is painted, and I had sent this picture to Chris actually, or to the ATMP update people, but a dooring zone and then the Sharrows in the middle of the road. You don't get more obvious than that of what some of the dangers are. And these are some of the signages that you have. It's not just a bike that signifies a bike route. You've actually got signs, you've got pathways, you've got maps along the route. It tells you how far it is to get not just to Parliament, but also if you're going to a train station. So there are examples out there of actually putting cyclists first, and pedestrians, quite frankly, but it's changing a mindset, and it's actually making a conscious decision that this is a priority. So I've got a few recommendations. And the federal government is a partner in all of this, and we weren't mentioned anywhere in there. So I want you to know, not only me personally, but our government, $235,000 of the $735,000 cost of the Crosstown trail upgrades are coming from the feds. In John Oliver's riding of Oakville, $336,000 federal investment. As part of that transit announcement, $400,000 is going to a multi-use trail on the North Service Road, as well as bike lockers and bike racks. There's opportunities to partner with the federal government. I think that should be included in the report, and I think you should be calling on us whenever possible. Our Minister of Transportation has called for a federal provincial territory task force on pedestrian and bike safety. Recommendations: make what you have easier to ride. Use the type of infrastructure that other communities are using. Take it seriously when there's construction. Enforcement. So this I put on Twitter. This is a bike lane. It's pretty clear you're not supposed to park there. Work with Halton Police and bylaw to get actual parking officers out there. The City of Toronto have them ticket people that are in bike lanes. Encourage residents to call them in. And I would also direct the Budget Committee to review significantly increased investments in active transportation. The ATMP calls for $48.5 million over 20 years. That's $2.5 million a year. And I looked while I was sitting here because I don't remember what your budget is, but I think it was 2016, it was $300 million overall operating budget. Where's the budget chair? I think, as you did with transit, making a significant investment will move some of these projects that are in there forward. You also need the staff to do it. And as great as Chris is, and as wonderful a job as he has done, you can't have somebody, you need somebody full-time looking at the infrastructure piece, and you need somebody full-time looking at the education and outreach part of it. One person can't do all of the work that needs to be done to educate people. So I think I had more, but I know I'm running out of time. It will reduce congestion, it will improve the health, it will make us a livable town. It'll be a boon to business and the economy. Let's all work together. This Saturday, we're doing a Tour de Trees, 5th annual, with Cycle Oakville, myself, and Oakville Green. Everyone is invited, 9:30 at St. Mary's Elementary School, and that's it.
Thank you very much. Questions? Councillor Elgar.
Just quickly, Pam, welcome. And did you bring any federal money with you so we can speed things up? But in all seriousness, do you have a real problem, though, with what Chris is presenting tonight to get it moving? Like, just get started, let's kick-start it, or this will drag on for years and we'll never get anything moving?
I think what Chris has done is great. My worry is just that you run into a problem like I did with Third Line, where somebody says, well, it's not in the ATMP. So maybe staff could speak to that. But I mean, that was a huge issue to get those bike lanes put in. So if there's flexibility in this, but if it's something where it's only small tweaks that can be made, I mean, Wycroft Road to the GO, that should be a primary route. And both of the GOs, everything going into those GO stations should be primary. So if there's changes that can be made to it, that's great. But if you're stuck with this and then you can't modify it as things change, I do have a problem with that.
I thank you for that. I'm going to ask Chris whether he can, is he able to make changes like maybe something at the GO train station?
I'm worried that everybody, I'm worried that people didn't hear Chris explain that there's another opportunity in the actual TMP for these things. And so there is no freeze-out, is the way I understood him. And Mr. Cozy will say I'm wrong if I am, but.
No, I wouldn't do that. I think what's important to note is that we have to hit the DC bylaw. If we don't get this approved in the DC bylaw, we're going to miss that opportunity. I think it's very important that we move forward with the ATMP. We went through the whole public process. It's not making everyone totally satisfied, I would agree. But there are opportunities for us to consider some of the things that were discussed tonight as part of the implementation strategy report in the fall, which will be referred back to Budget Committee. And in addition, there may be some other opportunities for us to look at other recommendations, but they have, I'll say this right now, some of these recommendations have significant cost implications. And, you know, we have to accept the fact that it's going to cost a lot of money, and is council willing to approve that kind of additional expense?
Thank you, Mr. Cozy. Thank you, MP Demoff.
Welcome.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Councillor Lischina.
Thank you, Pam. One of the issues that I haven't heard from Cycle Oakville is about, and I don't know if it's a behavioral issue from the standpoint of that share the road isn't always also from the side of the cyclists. And I can tell you several months back where I really got scared, where I had a green light making a left turn and the cyclist went through a red light, and I could have hurt him badly. And, you know, to this day, anywhere I see one, I try to stay away.
I'm going to have to tell you that you're out of order.
I apologize. My point is that the educational component, I support wholly in this active transportation.
There are stupid drivers and there are stupid cyclists. You can't legislate, right? So.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Adams.
Pam, great to see you. Thank you so much for your comments. And thank you for the crosstown funding. We appreciate that. We did ask for funding for many other projects. We didn't get that money, including projects that would have helped active transportation and cycling across Oakville. We didn't get that money. Is there more coming?
Did you talk to me about it?
Yes. We sent you our list of asks, and we didn't get it. We had a long list. And it was,
you did, and we did some of it.
And it was many millions, and every municipality doesn't get all the projects they ask for. And so when we ask for one thing, we don't get another thing. So we appreciate that we've received funding.
I think it would be nice if we were acknowledged in the report as a partner, and I think it would make it easier for me to go further down the line to try and sell those projects if we were recognized as well.
I'm going to rule both of you out of order here. We're not discussing the ATMP. We're arguing about federal largesse or lack of it. And the deadline is 11 o'clock.
Okay, it's a very important thing, however, to ask for funding. If you're going to come and ask for us to spend money on infrastructure, will you also send us money to do that? Because
I'll do everything I can to.
It's something that we can't do
I realize
alone,
that.
given the funding constraints that
you need all three levels of government working on this.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank everybody for behaving at the end. Madam Clerk, the next delegation.
The last listed delegation is Ann Hurton.
Ms. Hurton, welcome. Council looks forward to your information.
Thank you. I have a little presentation too, the IT guy. Your Worship and Council, thank you very much for taking the extended time with us this evening, and that you would take this this discussion so very seriously. I'm here to emphasize what I believe is the single most important consideration of yours as leaders in our community, as citizens of this town. Just as an introduction, before I go, my name's Anne. I'm born in Oakville. I live in Ward 3, and my preferred mode of transport is a bicycle. I'm also the global head of Human Resources, Environment, Health and Safety for Stackpole International. This is an automotive parts, great Canadian story manufacturing company. I'd like to just make a couple of points today as it pertains to cycling in Oakville, but by using some industrial terms that I think and hope will hit home. In any case, whether it's Oakville Cycling or industry, our goal is always accident prevention. Safety management requires measurement, and I've heard tonight our need for data. Measurement should be a combination of both leading and lagging indicators. Lagging indicators are measurements of incidents in the form of past accidents. Leading indicators are measures of preceding or indications of a future event used to drive activities that will prevent and control injury. Lagging and leading indicators should drive continuous improvement, and I would just like to share with you some of those that I think are relevant. Leading safety indicators in Oakville Cycling. And the rest of my presentation is photo, so this should be easy. Kerr Street South from Canadian Tire. This is a photo from On Bike that is a leading indicator of an observable hazardous cycling lane merge. Until you're on the bike in the lane, only then really do you see these hazards. And I thought it appropriate to really be emphasizing these. Another leading indicator is our West Oaks Trail and Upper Middle Road. And by the way, these are just examples of many safety concerns and leading indicators of potential accident and injury. The leading indicator in this case is an observable hazardous cycling lane start and stop. It converges right in front of an intersection and right where other vehicles would be turning. When you're on a bike in this situation, and I'll throw in there is a sewer grate as well, just to make it extra interesting. Our chances of accident and injury are high as cyclists. Next example is Bronte Village. I've heard it cited a few times tonight. We actually didn't plan that, but we're all bothered by this. The leading indicator is that there are observable hazards, an observable hazardous lack of cycling lane, lack of vehicular or driver awareness, and high likelihood of parked car door hits, also known as dooring. It's been said before, I'll just let that go. Other than to say, when you're on a bike, you feel this deeply. This has also been mentioned tonight. Lakeshore Road East, our leading indicator that there will be an accident here. There will be an accident because there's an observable hazardous lack of cycling lane. The middle and otherwise, I know it's part of traffic, but it is a relatively unused space, the turning lane. It is well respected. Everyone's really carefully staying off of that lane while cyclists are squeezed into the curb and sewer grates. Those are just examples of leading indicators, and those are heads up to each one of us, as it would be if we were in industry right now and Ministry of Labour were to come into my factory and see that kind of leading indicator. I might very well be shut down because the risks are so significant for accident. Moving on to lagging safety indicators. I only have one. Again, seen earlier this evening at the intersection of 3rd Line and Lakeshore Road West, our ghost bike, indicative of a cyclist death. This is the worst possible thing that could happen, both in a town for any one of us who feel in any way accountable and responsible for for the best interest of our residents, certainly in industry. Any one of us who would see a death happen on our watch would feel absolutely devastated. We would have to stand back and say, what could we have done better? I'm asking that we be sure tonight, that we be sure that not on this watch does that ever happen again. I move to my point. When on my bike in Oakville, I'm afraid for my own safety and for the safety of others on bicycles. I would like to see a safer cycling infrastructure in Oakville that will include continuous cycling routes. I think you've all seen this evening some very good suggestions for what would be a solution to make it safe. I put this in here because I feel is in my company, I'm held as senior leader entirely accountable and responsible for the health and safety of every one of our thousands of employees in Canada, down the road and around the world. I hold this council, both staff and elected officials. I hold myself as a member of this community responsible for creating conditions that uphold the safety of all of its residents. Therefore, the proposed amendment to the ATMP made by the Livable Oakville Cycling Delegation, Mr. Morrison and Mr. Hurton, should be upheld as an indication of the town of Oakville's commitment to cycling accident prevention and the assurance of the safety of all of its residents and visitors all of the time. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you for your information. Are there questions for the delegation? Thank you very much, ma'am. Are there other, oh well, I'm not going to poll the audience, or we will never do anything. I'm looking for a motion or debate. Let's get a motion on the floor. Councillor Elgar.
Mr. Mayor, I would move the staff recommendation as written, but I would also ask that staff in their report give credit to the federal government who has provided monies to us so that we can get a lot more money from them going forward. If staff could do that, I'd be happy. And I know we have 30 more days, and I do know about development charges, and the more we can hit onto the development charges, the better for all the residents going forward. So I would move the staff recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Elgar. Councillor Hutchins.
Yes, I'd also like to, how do we memorialize the two issues that Chris said that he would do, that after completion of the Inn Boulevard Trail from Allen to Morrison Road, that the extension of the Inn Boulevard Trail from Morrison Road to Winston Churchill be advanced from the long term so that we can move more quickly and meet with the equivalent Mississauga cycle lanes. And the other one was that he would be prepared to go back to the MTO for the North Service Road extension to Kerr Street to see if it was possible. Can we put that in as part of it?
What I heard from the staff, I'm going to ask them in a second, but what I heard from them was we have an opportunity with the TMP to put those things forward. And so it would be my suggestion that we do that. Alternatively, we could look to staff to give us new or additional wording for Councillor Elgar's motion. Commissioner?
Actually, I hadn't anticipated that, Mr. Mayor. We actually had some additional wording to allow for the Transportation Master Plan and the implementation strategy to cover off some of the issues that we heard tonight. So that could be something Council might want to consider because we'd be reporting back on both of those in the fall. So that is a resolution we could look at. In terms of the federal government funding, there is a recommendation already that deals with the financial strategy, and so we could highlight perhaps in that third recommendation that the financial strategy also deal with the funding opportunities from all levels of government. You could add that one in there to address the specific issue of Councillor Elgar.
For that, but I also acknowledge that they have given us money recently for cycling. That's what I was trying to get at, Jay.
Okay, then did you want us to take just a few seconds to, perhaps I'll do it on the fly, to update the recommendation that the financial strategy contained within the Oakville Active Transportation Master Plan be referred to the capital forecast and the 2018 development charges update, and that staff acknowledge the funding already received from the federal government and explore opportunities for further funding. And the province.
I can just see it now, the province saying, well. All right, so are we clear? Councillor O'Meara.
I just had a quick question. I'm about the implementation aspect of and looking at this stuff through the TMP in terms of the spinal connections that were discussed. I know Mr. Cozy mentioned something that we seem to not know right now is a lot of the costs of this associated with third line and expropriating land and these sorts of things. So will those cost mechanisms, will we have a chance to discuss those costing mechanisms of some of the information we received tonight at one of those two intersection points coming forward, be it the implementation strategy or the transportation master plan?
Yes.
Perfect, thank you.
If I have no objection, I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? It's carried. Thank you very much. Now, Council, in the waning minutes, all 7 of them, we have to deal with item number 13. And we have no registered delegation on this, and you have a detailed report. Are you prepared? Councillor Giddings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm very prepared to move that. I've had lengthy discussions with staff. It's been through the Heritage Committee, and it is timely, so I would like to move the 3 recommendations.
Yes. Thank you. Any discussion? May I put the vote? All in favor? And that is carried.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Item 15,
Yes.
just going slightly out of order. This is timely as well. Briefly, my council colleagues will recall me coming to CSC the past 2 years in a row regarding Lynbrook and St. Mildred's. We've been unable to provide a crossing guard for safe crossing of the youth for 2.5 years. In a meeting with staff and the schools, proposal came through to have them pay for the PXO instead of paying for a crossing guard that we have not been able to provide. So I'd ask my council colleagues for support on this one. It's a great outcome, and we may well be able to get it in place for the fall.
It's moved. Discussion? All in favor? It's carried. The next one is number 14, building staff complement. I don't believe the presentation is required. I think this is what they call a very easy decision. Is this Councillor Giddings moving it?
I would like to move it. Thrilled to see the report, the additional 4 FTEs. A number of us have been in a series of meetings with senior staff, and we think this is going to make a huge difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Shall I put the vote? No. All in favor? That is carried. Now, advisory committee minutes, Livable Oakville. We need a motion to receive. Councillor Knoll, all in favor? That's carried. Now we have the Heritage Oakville Advisory Committee item, which is going to take more than 5 minutes. There's a decision to be made there that requires hearing a delegation, and it is the last item. And I would recommend that you move the hour another 30 minutes so that we can finish the entire meeting. And that's going to require first a motion to waive and then a motion to advance. Councillor Elgar is moving, waiving. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It barely carries. We have some hard hearts here. And now the motion to go to 11:30 by Councillor Elgar. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That is carried. Thank you. Now, Ms. Shepard, we've made time for your presentation and then time for our delegation.
Come on. No? We'll get through this. Thank you, Your Worship and members of council. I will be brief. The application before you today is regarding heritage permit that was submitted for the property at 326 Reynolds Street. The property is designated as part of the Trafalgar Road Heritage Conservation District and contains a two-story stucco-clad residence constructed in 1928. The application before you is for the replacement of 40 original wood windows with aluminum-clad wood windows. Virtually all of the windows appear to be original, although there are some aluminum storms that were likely in place before the district was adopted in 1994. I understand at the last council meeting there were some questions about the process regarding this heritage permit application, so I'm going to hit some of the highlights of that process and then talk about why we're recommending denial. So, as part of our regular heritage permit process, we always offer property owners the opportunity to have a site visit with staff and/or heritage committee members in advance of the application going to the heritage committee. This was offered to these property owners. They did not accept this prior to the May 30th heritage committee meeting. So, the application first went to Heritage Oakville on May 30th. It wasn't attended by the property owner, and the Heritage Committee endorsed the staff recommendation to deny the request to replace all of the original wood windows. At P&D on June 12th, which was attended by the property owner who made a presentation to council, the application was referred back to the Heritage Committee. Following that meeting, Heritage Planning staff did follow up with the property owner and did attend a site visit in order to determine which windows were likely original, to see if there was some way for us to allow for replacement of non-original or non-historic windows. But unfortunately, the windows for the property owner that are all appear to be historic, and while they do need some repair, in relatively good condition. The application went back to the Heritage Committee on June 27th, which was attended by the property owner who did make a presentation to us. However, no additional material was supplied to the Heritage Committee. Heritage Planning staff invited the property owners to submit additional information, but to date, we still have not received any additional information from the property owners other than the original application, which included the completed application form and a quote from Pella Windows for replacement windows. There was no assessment done by a heritage conservation expert or window specialist to provide staff or the Heritage Committee with any information regarding why the windows couldn't be restored. The existing storm windows are recommended the existing storm windows are recommended for replacement, but not the original sash windows. So we recognize that there can definitely be improvements made in thermal efficiency by restoration of the original wood sash and construction of new storm windows that would be properly fitted to the windows. This would require a minor heritage permit, which would go through staff for approval, meaning that the applicant wouldn't have to return to council or to the Heritage Committee. In addition, we've also allocated $5,000 for heritage grant funding, recognizing that that would only cover a portion of the windows. But as we do consistently have that program oversubscribed, sometimes we recommend to property owners to phase their work so they can apply for the additional windows in future years. So I'm going to very quickly take you around the property. There are 40 windows in this property, which is a high proportion of glazing within a historic house. Most of the windows you can see here, we've got a triple set of window that has aluminum storm on the middle and wood storms over the two sides. The other photo has an aluminum storm over the original wood window. We visited the property from the inside so that we could see some of the issues that the property owner was experiencing. And again, as I note, some of these windows do require restoration work or replacement of occasional cracked panes of glass, but we do feel that they are in relatively good condition, especially considering their age. So why are we recommending restoration? The big portion of that is because it's in our Heritage Conservation District Plan, which was adopted by Council in 1994. And that district plan states that our heritage conservation work should be based upon sufficient research, analysis, and documentation. And to this date, the applicants have not submitted information to staff that provides rationale as to why the windows cannot be conserved. We also have a presumption in favor of retaining the distinguishing characteristics of a heritage property. With 40 windows, I don't think anyone could deny that this is a distinguishing characteristic of this property in the Heritage District. The applicants are proposing the removal of this historic fabric, and the proposed replacement is similar but is not the same because the aluminum cladding on the windows, aluminum cladding is proposed for the exterior of the windows, which is the EnduraClad trademark under the Pella windows. Specific guidelines in the district plan say protect and maintain original window openings, and this is a direct quote, as well as their distinguishing features such as materials, frames, surrounds, shutters, sash, muntins, glazing, and paint color. They propose the destruction of the materials, frames, sash, muntins, and glazing, but they do propose maintaining the original window openings, meaning that they're not changing the size of the windows, and they'd like to keep them in black. Why else are we recommending denial of the application? Because Oakville Town Council has endorsed the standards and guidelines for the conservation of historic places in Canada, which is a pan-Canadian benchmark document, has been updated relatively recently, the first edition being published in 2003. It is considered a very current and relevant document that's used not only by municipalities, but also by provinces and the federal government. I'm not going to read this, but the summary is that repair, repair, repair is always the recommended solution. We did provide the property owner with a number of different bulletins, information, not only by Canadian sources, but by American sources such as the National Park Service, about why it makes good sense, both economically and efficiently actually, to restore your wood windows. We've encouraged the property owner to look at other reasons for why their home is drafty in the winter. The house has recently undergone extreme renovations inside, which have removed some of the interior walls, and that may be impacting the air circulation in the house as well. But we certainly encourage the property owners to get a heritage professional to look at the reasons why their home is drafty, including the windows, but also looking at improving insulation so that their furnace and their air conditioning are not working overtime. My recommendation is that the heritage permit application be refused. I'm here to answer any questions, and as you know, the property owner is here as well.
Thank you, Ms. Shepherd. Questions? Ms. Shepherd, thank you very much for the information. Madam Clerk, would you invite the delegation?
Matthew Clark, speaking to this item.
Good evening. I apologize for the late hour, and thank you for your patience. We look forward to your information.
Can we get the presentation? Here. Thank you. My name is Matthew Clark, and joining me tonight is my wife, who will be adding and subtracting as necessary. Okay, very, very briefly, it's late. All we're trying to do is replace 40 windows, which will maintain the existing aesthetic style visible to the neighborhood. The aesthetic style will remain consistent with the existing windows by ensuring that the upgraded outward-facing window frames are painted black and that all windows simulate the existing style, single-hung windows and muntins. The materials used for the replacement windows will remain as wood and aluminum cladding on the outside to increase durability and minimize need for the ongoing maintenance. Contractors whom we saw quotes stated that these alterations and materials are accepted in other heritage conservation districts within the province of Ontario, and we would note that the aluminum clad wood is accepted in conservation, what is 1 and 2?
First and second.
First and second. Considerations on the location of property. I would ask council to take a look at exactly where our property sits, which is across the road from where a community center will be built in the next little while, not subject to any of the Heritage Conservation District aspects at all. So here's my view from my breakfast window, and I think this bears some relevance in terms of the location of our property. You can see that there's waste containers that are in full view across the street to the public, and I would challenge council to ask yourselves the question, if this was of such great historic value, why would we be allowing this to be in full view for as many months and years as it has, right? The situation is, you know, you can see the particular garden and things like that are not upkept. So anyway, back to our project, anticipated benefits of the project, significant reduction in the overall energy impact required to maintain a reasonable house temperature in the winter and summer seasons. And what we expect is a reduced strain on the furnace and air conditioning units respectively. I would add to my point here that the engagement with the city staff here, when they met, they did attend the property. They came when it was warm, okay? And our house is much colder in the winter time, right? So in terms of current versus future state, here's our situation. We have the existing condition of the windows no longer support the ability to meet basic standards of energy efficiency, resulting in the dwelling being unreasonably cold and drafty. In terms of the future state and what we're proposing, the replacement windows will include advanced low-E insulating glass with argon, resulting in 84% blockage of the sun's ultraviolet rays. The energy efficiency of these windows will be recognized as Energy Star compliant, resulting in overall reduced energy costs for us. And in addition, this will support a reduction in the overall greenhouse emissions, helping to limit our own individual footprint on climate change. I'd also like to draw Council's attention here to the evidence of the inconsistent enforcement of the Heritage District guidelines here. Several of the street-facing storms have been already partially replaced with aluminum storms by previous owners, which are inconsistent with the Heritage Conservation Guidelines. And our project will address this issue.
Sorry, I just want to speak to that. If you can see, I mean, from the exterior, the majority of what you can see is these aluminum storms. You can't actually see the actual window, and that can only be visible from the inside. So what we have now is tacky aluminum storms, and we've been told you can replace it with tacky aluminum storms. And so what you can see from the inside is the wood that, you know, that we're being told that we should conserve, but from the outside, you can't actually appreciate that. So just for your consideration, this is what we're dealing with from the inside, and we would like to replace it with windows that would look really exactly the same and that you wouldn't really appreciate the difference if you're walking past by the house.
Let's talk a moment just really briefly about the alignment with the Heritage Conservation District guidelines for Trafalgar Road. We're going to protect and maintain the original window openings as well as the distinguishing features visible to the neighborhood. Our project will not result in the modification to the size or the shape of the window openings. It will not install or create new window openings. It will maintain a window design that is compatible with the original terms, proportions, rhythm, and scale. It will address uncomplimentary upgrades made previously by prior owners, as mentioned before, and it will be done with like materials, and it will limit the need for future restoration. And you know, this slide here is just one of our examples of our proposed replacement here. And in our view, we are spending the extra money to ensure that our replacement windows look similar to our existing windows using the similar materials. I'd also draw attention to the alignment that our proposed project has with the Livable Oakville plan, which is preserving and creating a livable community in order to preserve, enhance, and protect the distinct character, cultural heritage, living environment, and sense of community in neighborhoods. It also aligns in terms of the providing choice throughout the town in order to foster the town's sense of place and design through excellence in building and community design. And finally, achieving sustainability in order to minimize the town's ecological footprint, to preserve and enhance and protect the town's environmental resources, and finally, to achieve sustainable building and community design. Let's talk a little bit about our engagement with the Heritage Committee since our last council meeting. The committee has understood that our concerns regarding energy efficiency and it provided a few documents which staff just alluded to, which they feel supported a justification for the denial of our application. So to summarize our issues with the committee's research, which are informing the guidelines, are as follows. The documents which were provided to us are actually not substantially free of bias. Some of the documents were in fact authored by a window restoration specialist. They're not reflective of latest research which purports substantive benefits of upgrades to windows to support energy efficiency in housing. And finally, the analysis had limited comparative utility to our situation. Our house has a substantial number of windows compared to the average dwelling. So what we did do is we obliged the committee in their suggestion to consult with a local window restoration specialist recommended by the town. And he noted to us that the window restoration would at best lead to an estimated 30% increase in energy efficiency. And he was hesitant to go ahead with the project if this was our primary goal. We also received feedback from a homeowner in the area who had had her windows restored from this same gentleman and told us that from start to finish it took 4 months to restore 16 windows. With this in mind, we will likely be looking at a year or more to complete our 40 window project. So the consequence of this restoration option would be another year of ineffective heating and would also require that we make unnecessary expenditures on plexiglass estimated to cost us several $1,000s to maintain the security of the house.
I just want to add that the reason why we did not submit the final quote from the restoration specialist to the Heritage Committee or the Heritage Committee is because we still haven't received the final quote. The gentleman has come to our house twice, and yet we haven't been able to nail down what exactly is going to be done. So this is, I've taken off a day of work, my husband's taken off a day of work, and we still don't have a quote. And if this is reflective of the time it's going to take for 40 windows to be restored, I mean, I'm all for restoration. I'm not, but it's just practically, it just doesn't make much sense for us to spend all that money and still not be reassured that we're going to get what we want from it, and that's actually to get that energy efficiency. And so to spend all that money, not get our final goal, I mean he's
Okay,
gonna
so I'd like to talk for a moment here about the comments that we've received from the Heritage Committee themselves anyway, and I'll quote Councillor Hutchins here. Windows are a particularly difficult issue since they are fragile, they often do not survive the ages and have often already been replaced on heritage homes long before there was any interest in the community to preserving them. Therefore, when heritage houses have original windows, as long as they are in reasonable shape, the committee recommends their preservation. Secondly, Heritage Committee members Daniela Hampton-Davies and Michael Reed acknowledged a need, when I presented before them, for the Heritage Committee and town staff to update the evaluation criteria it uses to inform window restoration versus replacement. Finally, Heritage Committee member Jerry Tino noted that the focus of the Heritage Committee as it relates to environmental impact is on the conservation of the existing built materials only, not having a focus on the environmental externalities associated with maintaining the status quo. And we were further advised that if we had such intentions of upgrading for the purposes of supporting environmental benefits, that we should have bought into a non-heritage conservation area. Briefly to summarize, as you can see here, $40,000 for replacement of storms only versus $37,000, which would address all of the windows, right? You can see the additional list of caveats under the cost for restoration. Time to completion, over a year. On the other side of things, if we do it the other way, 2 weeks. Security concerns, absolutely. In terms of the security concerns on the other side, minimized. Environmental benefit, at best 30%, according to the window restoration experts, and they're not recognized as Energy Star compliant compared to the replacement ones, which we have proposed, which would be Energy Star compliant and are recognized by Union Gas for rebates under the home weatherization program. Finally, my concluding thoughts on this are that we are requesting Planning Council reconsider the recommendation of the Heritage Committee, because our house means more to us than indiscriminately following guidelines which do not reflect today's standards of energy efficient technology and which otherwise suggest that homeowners should invest in substandard upgrades. And finally, that the town of Oakville review the Heritage Committee mandate to incorporate a more holistic environmental stewardship approach in consideration of the restoration recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all that information. Are there questions? Councillor Elger.
Thank you for coming. Have you done a heat loss audit?
No,
To
not
find
yet.
out where you're losing all your heat?
No, we have not conducted that yet. We're not opposed to doing it. We didn't think we were going to have to get to that point.
No,
But
I'm just
there
thinking
is-
from
yeah.
your own
Yeah,
spending
no,
money.
that's definitely something that we've talked about. We were asked to get another quote from a heritage designated specialist, but we thought that it might be a better use of our time to maybe go and seek someone where that's their expertise and
No,
that.
I'm just saying, where are you losing all the heat? Is it in the attic? Is it in the walls? Or is it
Yeah.
all
You can
just the
literally
windows?
stand in front of the window and you can feel the breeze significantly, right?
I'm sure-
My comment is I can walk and chew gum. I'm not opposed to doing that at the same time, but I can tell that there's a significant problem that's there.
Okay, I thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Question, with all your windows, are they aluminum clad on the outside? Are they screwed onto the wood themselves, or they're outside storm windows? Are they all
So,
aluminum clad?
so probably more than 50% of the storms are aluminum, and they're screwed onto the wood.
All right.
The rest, I would say probably more than 50%. All in the back, they're all aluminum.
Okay. My question is to Susan. Susan, with respect to windows, and I'm just kind of observation of homes being redone under the Heritage District, window replacement. Would it not be considered we have done or approved windows being replaced in Heritage homes in the Oakville area?
Windows are recommended for replacement when we have evidence that they're beyond repair, or we allow the replacement of non-historic windows. We do certainly allow wood-clad aluminum windows in the 1st and 2nd Street Heritage Conservation District, which is our most updated plan, but that district plan also says that original windows should be conserved. You know, to be honest, we feel that the greenest material is the one that already exists. New products contribute to greenhouse gases, landfill overfill. There are other considerations as well when we're looking at sustainability, but in terms of replacement of windows, Heritage Planning staff and the Heritage Committee, I would say, have been very consistent on what they have recommended to Council for approval in terms of replacement. And there are a couple of other properties that come to mind that we have dealt with in the past couple of years where we have recommended denial of original windows. There's a property on King Street, there's another property in Trafalgar Road. This isn't outside of our usual policies. We are being consistent because it is written into the district plan that has been in place since 1994 and is certainly upheld as a recommended conservation practice by all heritage conservation documents. Everything published in, you know, the past 20 to 50 years says repair rather than replace.
I can appreciate what you're telling me, but it seems to be the two forces are colliding here between energy efficient and heritage conservation. So this is a very unique situation. I can understand the position of the homeowners with respect to the number of windows they have and the ability not to replace them with something that is similar in nature as that would be acceptable to the Heritage Committee. I have the opinion that there's got to be some type of compromise with a wood applied double sashed or double hung windows in the market that would be acceptable. That's just my opinion.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Grant.
Sorry, just quickly then. But you've said that wood-clad aluminum has been allowed in other circumstances.
But not for the replacement of original windows.
Okay, what if we were to preserve these windows in some other environment and replace the holes in the building with aluminum wood-clad?
You're removing them from the context of the Heritage Conservation District at that point in time?
I guess we would be, yeah.
Yes, that wouldn't be recommended. The windows are part of the character-defining feature of the house, which is part of the character of the district.
Okay, it was a concept similar to moving a house as we were discussing earlier, so.
Councillor Elgar.
You mentioned other conservation districts and other cities
Yeah.
allow this. Where, have you got specifics, that we could check?
So when we received the quote, so we received a quote from Ridley Windows in addition to Pella as well. And they did say that in Toronto that aluminum clad is something that is accepted through the heritage. And so that's, I mean, we didn't confirm that, but this is what we were told by them.
So you were told that by Ridley? They're the ones up in Milton.
It was Pella and
Pella said the same thing?
yeah, yeah. And so when we looked at the first and second, I mean, I completely appreciate the Heritage Committee wanting to be consistent, and I think that's important. But I think our argument is the First and Second Street District has updated their guidelines recently. They've looked at contributory houses and non-contributory houses. And for non-contributory houses within that district, they've actually changed the wording to sort of accept replacement more than what the previous wording said. And that's where they put the sort of comments around aluminum clad. That's right next to our district. And so I guess we don't want to be the exception. What we're trying to say is maybe you need to look at updating your guidelines so that you recognize the upgrades that we're trying to do and the idea behind them, in that we're trying to be more energy efficient. Not that we want to get rid of them, because
Councillor Knoll.
Can I ask Ms. Shepherd to put the photos up of the windows again for me for a second?
The photos from my presentation or from
your
the-
presentation, from the state of repair visit?
Sure. Just while I'm doing that, what I would note is that all 4 of our Heritage Conservation District plans state that you should restore original windows, all of them. The First and Second Street District Plan says that for non-contributing buildings, and that is defined as buildings built after 1930 within that district plan. But as you know, each of our district plans is slightly different. In the Trafalgar Road Heritage Conservation District, properties built before 1950 are considered to be contributing to the district. This house, the subject property, is a historic building. Those windows are original historic fabric of the Heritage Conservation District.
I guess when we see inconsistencies from district to district, it just confuses us a little bit, because you want to be consistent, we want to feel like there's consistency between districts, that's all.
I think Ms. Shepherd is trying to point out the difference between contributing buildings and
Right.
non-contributing buildings. And
So our building was 1928?
Yep.
So 2 years.
so you're a contributor.
Can I-
Council, you have,
Hold on a second, I didn't get my...
you have 5 minutes to make a decision.
Can I ask a quick question, which is what started all this?
You can do anything you want.
Thank you. So you said, and I remember being on Heritage Committee before, and I've had to go through this myself, and I do remember having approved windows like this before when they're in bad repair. So the question I had for you is what in your estimation makes a window in bad repair? Do you take environmental considerations into account?
Environmental considerations aren't generally, no, it's the actual physical condition of the windows themselves. In this case, there was very little rot. I mean, I certainly didn't see any. There were some chunks of wood that had been gouged out, over the past almost 90 years. There were a couple of panes that needed to be reglazed. We would certainly recommend that the windows be stripped and reputtied in order to seal up the units a little bit better.
You're going too far into, you're going too far in the rabbit hole. My question is, does repair, can these windows be upgraded to be environmentally consistent with?
What she has said is no.
No, I don't think I didn't hear that answer.
That's what she said.
They can't be upgraded to current environmental standards.
Using the current windows with a
Yes.
new storm, they will be almost as good. I will not guarantee that they will match Pella statistics,
she's
but
saying yes.
the information that we have from the National Park Service says that a properly restored window with a newly fitted storm window can almost
okay.
match the energy efficiency of an entirely new unit.
Thank you, with a newly fitted storm window,
Yes.
thank you, that's what I was looking for.
So the time, the clock on this, apart from the meeting, there's a clock on this item. The legislative timeframe runs out after tonight. So no matter how you want to avoid it, you have to make a decision one way or the other. We need a motion. Councillor Hutchins is offering a motion. And would you tell us what it is? So you want to uphold the committee's recommendation to refuse?
Can I speak to just 2 seconds? I would not be supporting that motion. I'd be voting against it and looking for an alternative motion.
If we ever vote on it, we'll find that out. All those in favor of Councillor Hutchins' motion to refuse the permit? All those against his motion?
I'll move to be accepted.
It's probably unnecessary, but given the expiry of the clock, but Councillor Elgar has moved acceptance. Those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. It's carried. Good luck with your project.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I wonder if anyone would give me a motion to uphold 6B, 6C, and 6D, or any other way. Councillor Knoll? Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor? Carried. Council, I have really good news for you. We're within sight of making the meeting end on time. I need a motion to rise and report. Councillor Robinson, thank you for your service. All those in favor? That carries. I rise and report the Committee of the Whole has met and made recommendations on consent items 1, 2, 3, and 4, public hearing items 5, 6, and 7, discussion items 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15, and advisory committee minutes, items 16 and 17, as noted by the clerk. Could we have a mover and seconder of the report? Councillor Lapworth and Councillor Adams. All in favor? The report is adopted. Is there any new business? I'm not seeing any. Is there a mover and seconder for the consideration and reading of the bylaws? Councillor Elgar, Councillor Giddings, all in favor? Thank you, that's carried. And those are as noted in the agenda. I'm delighted to report that before we ran out of time, with 2 minutes to spare, we have completed the agenda, and I want to thank you for your time and attention, and it's been great working with you, and we are now adjourned.